Soaring says, 125 gets you straight to the head of the line. You don't have to be a part of the alliance. You don't have to be part of the group.
Wait a minute.
And the biggest thing is you don't have to wait. You hop, skip, and jump right in front of everybody. 125 gets you there. You do that 3 times and then get mashed down to the $75 rate for perpetuity.
Yes!
Also, there is a band review option. So if you've got a band and you're trying to get your band some exposure, hit me up at instory@gmail.com and I'll show you the details about how to pull that off.
You can also jump on Patreon and there is a option on the tiers to be able to get your band reviewed. Yep. Obviously, we can't lie to you, so we can't guarantee a positive review. Get what you get.
It's just rubbish.
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 That's British for garbage.
My favorite is a community option. $1 at the gate gets you in at Patreon. You get to join an alliance. The alliance joins their points together, and that helps determine what songs that we do.
The alliances hang out on Discord.
Message me on Patreon to get the link.
And they do all kinds of other cool things. They do Minecraft, Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah. It's really a community within the community. Anybody can go in the village, facebook.com/VinandSory. There's 160,000+ people on the channel. What's cool about the Discord is that it offers a real opportunity for community connection, friendship, that type of thing.
And it's on Discord, so if you're not a Facebook person, it's for you.
You start off at $1.
Right.
Plus you get exclusives. Sory and I are working on a song. So the first 15 seconds of that was on Patreon. Also, at $15 here and above, when we actually debut the video, they're going to be there live with us. There you are, dear listener.
Buy merch.
Buy merch indeed. A child shall lead them.
To buy our merch.
Yes, dear listener. Yes, dear listener. Yes, dear listener. Type 22 if you can hear us okay. This is the DJ REVO 1979.
Facts.
Sorry,
Look,
1970.
I look like I match my white shirt.
1973 stream. That font is really crazy.
It looks good, right?
Yeah, it just... Why do you have the guy with the bandit? Oh,
well, he knows why.
Okay.
He knows why.
Yeah, that's for REVO.
We're not gonna
share the proprietary information, but REVO knows the deal. Okay, guys, we got DJ Ben in the house. Congrats, REVO, on the recovery. Also, RIP REVO's appendix. So
well, there you have it. Apparently, REVO's been
apparently someone was told.
So yeah, people are privy to the information.
Hey, shout out to Clarissa. Her birthday's on. We got a lot of birthdays coming back to back here.
Oh, happy birthday.
I feel like, did we have a birthday recently?
We had a bunch of birthdays.
Yeah, we had a bunch of birthdays.
Our daughters.
What are we talking about? The girls. The girls had birthdays. All right.
Up next is, well, it'd be yours. Because Orion's a day after you.
This is the 1973 stream.
Yeah. Part 1.
Part 1, dear listener.
The first one on our list is the Moody Blues. I am just a singer in a rock and roll band. 1973. This information is from DJ REVO, who informs us and updates us, and it makes us look less incompetent. But we're here to react, so
makes us look like we know what we're talking about.
Yeah. Okay, 1973. This is the year President Nixon begins his second term. In January, the U.S. North and South Vietnam and the Vietcong sign the Paris Peace Accords, which outlines an end to the Vietnam War and a path for Vietnam to be reunited. This year also sees to Nixon being investigated for Watergate and his Vice President Spiro Agnew resigning due to bribery. This is also the year of Roe v. Wade. Inflation is soaring and most of Europe enters a recession. The Yom Kippur war happens this year between Israel and some of its neighbors. This leads to skyrocketing oil prices, and the UK enters a 3-day week to cut back on oil use. Oh. 3-day week to cut back on oil use. Okay. For 71 days, the American Indian movement occupied Wounded Knee over anger of broken treaties of the past. Okay, honey, go ask the kids for help. The Battle of the Sexes tennis match happens between Billie Jean King and Bobby Riggs. Billie Jean won. Woo!
Yeah, that's a pretty famous situation there.
Yes. I should just make it look like I know about this. I should be like, yeah, that's right. Girl won. Here are the Moody Blues.
I think they made a movie about that whole situation with
really?
The dude from The Office playing the bad guy. pretty interesting stuff.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. So that's for our streams. That kind of sets the precedent. Well, there's a lot going on in 1973. A lot of stuff. Okay, so now we're gonna have like a little bit of information about the song specifically that we're about to listen to. Here are the Moody Blues.
The Moody Blues.
You've reacted to their songs "Nights in White Satin," question, and "The Story in Your Eyes." This is the songs "I'm Just a Singer in a Rock and Roll Band" that was released by Threshold Records under Decca Records off of the 7th Sojourn album. It was released as a single in January of 1973. Well, January 19th of 1973. And reached number 12 in the U.S. and 36 in the U.K. It is written by their bassist John Lodge. He actually detailed the story of writing this song. I remember coming back from a tour, and there was a whole load of people camped out in front of my garden. I was like, what are you doing? And they said, John, we've come to tell you that you're going to save the Earth. You're going to be flying the spaceship and flying us all to safety. And I was like, pardon? Just a minute. I actually don't like flying, so it won't be me. And they said, when the time comes, it will be you. So that's when I started thinking, hang on, I'm just a singer in a rock and roll band. I know nothing. And that's why at the very end of the song, I wanted to put, we're all just singers in a rock and roll band. Also, it was the Vietnam War, and around Europe, there were riots. Sorry. It was also the Vietnam War, and around Europe, there were I'm sorry. I was honestly thinking about these people that went into their yard, and that's what my commentary was. What idiots. They went up to these people and they expected them to be all these, like, they're just rock and roll, like, they didn't want to be any parts of it. He was like, I'm just a rock and roll singer, like, I don't want to be the leader of your people. Nothing. Like, what are you doing? And so I was thinking about the people, and that's why instead of saying riots, I said idiots.
I thought that was like, I had to go check again because I thought, we were reading that book about like the alien contacts and shit and all the weird shit that happens. Like, can you imagine just strolling up all these people in your yard?
Yeah,
I thought they were all right. Okay,
wait, that's not the end. I said idiots. It was actually riots. It was the Vietnam War, and around Europe there were riots going on all over the place. So I included lyrics like riots by the people for the people. In other words, you're destroying yourself. And I talk about scorched earth, scorching this earth. And there was that incredible photograph of the young girl on fire. And that hit me really hard. So that's why I put that into the song. I wanted to put all that into a rock and roll song. Okay, well, let's check it out. The Moody Blues.
Moody Blues, dear listener.
I'm just a singer in a rock and roll band.
Just a singer in a rock and roll band.
And he doesn't like heights or flying, he said. There was so many reasons why he wasn't going to be their leader, he said.
I don't like heights or flying either.
I'm not a fan of, like, a ledge.
I cannot.
But I'm good with flying. I don't know, maybe I'd be different
I would actually be better on a ledge than in an airplane. I'm not a fan of being in planes at all. At all.
This is why. I'll tell you why. I don't like the edge because I feel like somebody's going to want to make like a joke and they'll be like, whoa. But then it's like, whoa, we didn't expect her to go off the edge like that.
Right.
That's what I'm afraid is going to happen.
Especially if it was your friends, like some of the girls around here.
Right. We've heard a story about this. The man got pushed out of a tree.
Yeah.
All right, you guys. I'm just a singer in a rock and roll band. Let's go.
All right. Let's do it. Moody Blues. Let's go. We're good.
I don't have sound. Oh, no, we do have sound.
Yeah, I'm turning this up.
I'm just a wandering on the face of this earth, meeting so many people who are trying to be free. And while I'm driving, I hear so many words.
Smiling. double kick there. This is kind of heavy, actually. You hear the drumming in the background? Go ahead, brother minister. I'm just a singer in a rock and roll band, you weirdos.
You know what? Whenever I would see stuff like growing up that was like that, like they were in front of a green screen, right?
Yeah.
Clearly. And
they were. Yeah, I think you're right.
They weren't in front of all that. They were in front of a green screen. But that was like cutting edge, you know what I'm saying? And I remember thinking that, you know how like the edges of stuff looks weird on a green screen? It's not quite... I thought it was like supposed to look like that. I didn't realize that was technology failing.
Not being where it needs to be.
I literally thought everything that was the way that it was supposed to be. I didn't... Like, when the kids say, well, there was a plot hole in that story... At first, I was offended. I was like, how rude. Like, that's the way they wrote the story, just because you find there's a plot. But now that I thought about it, the more I thought about it, I'm like, no, people will write stories and have big, giant misses. And that's okay. Like, that's what makes the greats. Anyway, so when I was watching this music video, I was like, remembering what it felt like the first time you see a video like that. It was like friggin' cutting edge. It was unbelievable. And now we look at it, we're like, oh, how cute. You know what I mean?
I know.
Because technology has gone so many places now, like those lights just going behind them.
Well, I feel like they were all trying to replicate what people were reporting that they were seeing on these LSD trips and shit. Because everybody was like experimenting.
Yeah, I don't think it was what they were reporting. I've always thought it was what they experienced, because like band members, I feel like that they were a lot more liberal as far as like, hey, let's try some LSD, let's try this, let's try that.
Yeah,
like, I think that they were trying to replicate their experiences, not what other people were saying.
100%. Yeah, that's definitely what they were doing for sure.
My blanket. No. Okay, did you... He did. I think he was referencing when he told those people... Like,
well, that's the thing that happens to these guys, man. It's like they're you know, it's difficult because it's like on the one hand, like you're an artist, and especially when it comes to rock music, like if you express your art form in a way that resonates with hundreds of thousands of people, then can we text one of the kids to solve this problem?
I already did.
All right, hold on, guys. I have to make a phone call because the children who benefit exponentially from what we do here, never.
We all can hear that child calling.
Yeah,
we know they can hear
too. The child calling. So let's just pause for a second.
Apologies.
Hey. Can you not hear what's going on with your brother? Yeah, okay. Please. Because we're working right now.
All right.
It's not like the kid's being like irrational either. He's not screaming and pounding shit. He's just saying, hey, my blanket's wet.
My blanket is wet. He doesn't know what to do about it.
This kid is extremely particular about his blanket, man.
I mean, not that it has to be in pristine condition, because it's not. It's just he needs to have it. And you know, obviously having a wet blanket doesn't serve his purpose.
Yeah, a wet blanket. Right. Wet blanket is not... now I'm starting to see where that wet blanket thing came from that, huh? The uncomfortable feeling?
Yep.
Okay, all right. So yeah, that's the thing. It's like you resonate with all these people as an artist.
Yeah.
You touch people. And it's like you enjoy that, you know, you're on the stage and all that, and you're getting that positive feedback and all that, and it's like boom, if I could keep it there, great. But then what happens is like all this turmoil is happening. Vietnam is ending, abortion, women's rights, all this shit, like confusion. Everybody's experimenting with all these psychedelics. Yeah. Like they're looking. That's just the human nature, man. You're gonna look for someone to kind of like to guide you, and it's one of those things where like music is truly a superpower. And considering I don't believe that matter actually exists, we don't know what the hell is actually happening when musicians get together and combine those sounds or whatever. Mm-hmm. We don't really know what's going on, but something powerful is happening. And so it's very common for people to it's interesting too. Like, if you go on the rap side, you know, I generally wouldn't consider a rapper a musician per se, because they're not really doing anything musically. But I mean, they're still in that genre. And we took a lot of our cues. We took a lot of guidance
from musicians. Yeah,
a lot of us didn't have dads growing up, and so we were taking what, you know, our favorite rapper. We just jumped on what they said manhood was about. So like, well, I mean, it was in some instances, and it wasn't in other instances. It just depends on who you're listening to.
I've only heard negative examples of that.
Well, I mean, they were like the conscious rappers, the woke rappers that were, you know, just doing a lot of Farrakhan stuff and all the rest of it. So they're, you know, and the whole thing about standing up for yourself, not being a punk. I mean, I still think that those things are helpful for people to realize. But my point is that, yeah, if you're a successful artist at any level, like, you just have to understand that comes with having a cult. I mean, that's whether you want it or not. And one of the things I found about human nature is that I feel like, especially with all these, like, they're not Netflix, but these documentaries we watch or whatever, it's like these groups happen, and then all of a sudden these cults just formulate, and like half the time, like, the cult leader, like, just happens into it accidentally, and he's like, whoa, wait a second.
Yeah.
And he looks around and he goes, wait, I could
use this.
You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah.
So, yeah, like,
yeah, that's true.
It seemed to me that, like, a guy like John Lennon, like, embraced that. Like, he understood that about himself, and he embraced it, which is what I kind of see with the Imagine song. With the Imagine song, where he's, like, got this leadership role. And to me, it looks condescending, but those people had already crowned that dude the king. See what I'm saying? So I'm listening to the song, I don't know, 50, 60 years later, going, who is this guy? Who are you to tell us, you know, what? But at the time, like, he was...
Right.
He was,
yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Thank you. I appreciate you recognizing that. I like the way you articulated that.
Yeah, so, you know...
That makes sense, because I never, to be honest with you, I didn't understand how you had such a problem with Imagine in that sense, the preachy sense of it and the simplicity of it. But I see what you're saying now. Yeah, if you're just coming at it just from, like... But when you pull back and you say, this is where he was...
The first time I heard that song in 2020 was the first time I heard that song. Mm-hmm. So...
And we're coming from the standpoint where we were like, are the Beatles really as big as, you know, like,
yeah, who is this guy? The guy died before we were born. Like, so
and we
like,
hadn't experienced even Beatles night yet to even really kind of get a glimpse of an understanding. So that's interesting.
So he had the sort of posture where he had a cult of like millions of people who literally, if he would have started a religion, they would have literally joined the religion.
They would have. And it didn't matter what he named it. He could have named it after himself.
That's what he was. That's where he was speaking from. Whereas I'm coming into it like, yo, who are you, dude? Like, who are you to tell me this stuff? Like, what have you done for him? Like, what?
Yeah,
like,
I see. Yeah,
you know what I'm saying? But
boy, doesn't that make so much more sense now?
But this guy, he didn't embrace it. This guy's saying,
did you see this
"Hey,
part?
I'm just a singer."
So if you want this world of yours to turn about you, and you can see exactly what to do, please tell me. I'm just a rock and roll singer. In other words, he's saying, look, if you figure out a way, I'll throw in with you, but I'm not leading the whole thing. I'm just a singer and a rock and roll band.
I remember, like, when it started happening with me, and I'd be like, hey, I'm just a guy, barely graduated high school.
You always said that, I'm just a guy.
I'm just a guy. And the more you said it, the more people go, look how humble he is.
Yes. You're like, no.
It's like, look how humble he is. Now we really need to follow him.
Then Ben's like, I struggle with violence. They're like, wow, what a man. A man's man.
Yeah.
Like, nothing works with these people.
But that's what I'm saying. Like, people want.
Yeah.
They want that.
Give us a king that can lead us.
Yeah, they want that kind of, and I understand like the impulse, especially in the 60s and 70s where everybody's like rethinking religion and like dispensing with what they consider to be Western religion. They thought Christianity was a Western religion, even though it started in the Middle East. But whatever. But like that's the other part of it is like there are all these vacuums that people had that they were looking to their to the bands to fulfill. Mm-hmm. You know, so I thought that I like this guy. It's funny, like I understand this guy immediately because this is my disposition. Like I don't, you know what I'm saying?
And
like
that's
I
how
don't.
It kind of was for you. Like this guy just showed up and people were all on his lawn.
Yeah.
Like that's more how things.
Yeah.
Go
How can we understand riots by the people for the people who are only destroying themselves? And when you see a frightened person who's frightened by the people who are scorching this earth. I mean. so he's got, you know, it's interesting when Dr. King got assassinated. You had the Holy Week uprising, where a lot of people destroyed property, people died, and a lot of it was their own neighborhoods.
Yep.
And it just so happened that Mr. Johnson signed off on civil rights legislation after the Holy Week uprising.
Yep.
That happened in 1968. So I'm sure that's what he was referring to.
Yeah.
But it looks like, oh, you're only destroying yourself. But what a lot of people didn't consider was the idea was they will do this to their own shit. What are they going to do when they get done fucking up their own shit? They're going to go to our places, and you don't want these rioters, and you don't want these black rioters who are going crazy. Just give them what they want. And that's exactly what what happened.
Yeah.
But if you're looking at it in the immediate, you're just seeing a bunch of angry people destroying their own property and doing all types of craziness.
Yeah, but even in that, like, I feel like people are not trying to understand, I guess would be the right words. Because when you see somebody playing a video game and they lose, or somebody gets angry with their phone, I mean, we've seen, like, a lot of people, like, they'll throw their phone, or they'll throw the controller, or they'll break something of their own, they'll destroy something of their own when they're angry about something. So it's not like this idea is foreign to us. And then when you look at the reason for the uprisings and the reason for the rioting being that people's children were getting gunned down in the street for nothing for nothing else.
Well, the Holy Week uprising was specifically due to the assassination of Dr. King.
Yes, but that's on the hate. That's not by itself. That was what the point was that pushed everybody over the edge.
Right.
You can't gun down people's kids in the streets and expect that that's going to be okay.
Well,
Dr. King, be okay with that, and Dr. King was trying to be more, I guess you could say, passive. And
yeah, he was. He was a pacifist.
And then when they killed him, it's like, okay,
right.
All right. So that's what you think about our peacekeeper. Fine, we'll go with Malcolm.
Right. You killed the turn the other cheek guy.
Yeah.
Right. You killed the turn the other cheek guy. So after that, forget it.
Right.
Folks were. Yeah, they were ready to go. They were ready to go after that. But again, like, if you're on the outside looking in, then, you know, and that's an extremely complex set of ideas to kind of reconcile all at the same time. Like, how does violence work with a righteous cause, work with whatever? I mean, those are extremely complex ideas to reconcile. And so if you can't figure that out, I completely understand. And if somebody's trying to get you to come up with the answer, like the wise answer for that settles all this and brings peace to everybody, that's a really, really tall order, man. And that's something that most people, if you have a modicum of self-awareness, you realize that you're not built for that. Like I'm like, yeah, I'm not built to be no cult leader at all. Like I'm not, you know, because I don't relate to people that way. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm an introverted person. Like I don't want to, you know.
You also have this, like, you don't take advantage of people. You let people take advantage of you, and that's not how cult leaders are. Cult leaders are usually leaders because they're taking advantage of the people with their movement. Well, benefiting, I guess.
I mean, I don't actively like work to have people take advantage of me, but if that is going to happen, I would rather be the one being taken advantage of.
You don't actively work to have people take advantage of you, but you're also so kind that people do it, and you kind of, it goes for a while. I mean, look at that last movement that you were a part
and that's and I'm okay with that. Like I'm all the way good with that. Like I've made peace with that, and you know, for me, it's like, well, those people are gonna have.
That was a compliment. I don't know if it sounded different than that, but I was.
Yeah, but yeah, man, it's difficult, and it's very hard to like. It's like, when do you draw the line, and when do you say, you know, this is enough, or I can't do this, or I'm not the guy for you, or.
Well, I think he did, and I appreciate it that he said that.
I'm just a singer in a rock and roll band, my guy.
Yeah, because I think like some people want, like some people are like, oh, I would love to be in that situation where people would show up on my yard because they want to know what I have to think and they want to follow me. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think a lot of people would want that.
Yeah, a
And
lot.
so
Yeah,
people
they think they would want it.
right, but if you're in that situation, you might not want it like that.
You would not trust me. That's like I was trying to get like one of these people to understand this. One of these people that was like jealous of me for having a cult. And I was like, believe me, you do not want that. You do not want that. You don't want people like clamoring to you for all the mysteries of the universe. Like that's a very difficult way to live, man. And like I appreciate this dude saying, I'm just a singer in a band, dude, leave me alone. I make music.
Yeah.
You know, just make some music, smoke some weed. Like that's
Plus, I liked the
that's
sound
as much
of it.
as I'm gonna get to you.
Yeah, that's it. Or LSD, whatever it is these people were doing. I mean, I think I like the song. Like, it had this sort of like happy sound to it that was upbeat. Plus, I liked watching their little video that they had going on with the lights in the background and stuff, like cutting edge at the time. But you know, we're not in that. We're not there yet. We're not there anymore.
He goes, too late, Vin. Yeah, I fear it's too late. That used to be one of our slogans at the beginning. It was like, join the cult.
Yeah.
We're going to have cult shirts and all the rest of it. And I was like, you know what? Probably not.
Yeah.
Probably not.
Yeah, we cut that out of the, yeah.
We cut that out of the, it's just too soon.
Yeah, 9.7 for me on this one. 9.8.
What?
9.8.
9.7?
Yeah, I liked it. 9.8 actually.
Okay, I'm going to give this a solid 8.8. A solid 8.8 for me.
Interesting. What did it make on the charts? Did it not get very high on the charts? Let me see. I thought he had said, oh, right there. Reached number 12 in the U.S. and 36 in the U.K.
It makes sense.
Okay, well,
it makes sense.
8.8 for Vin.
Look
at this is cute though. And the bottom of the album cover it says "For My Lady."
Oh,
was that? Cute?
I thought that was like a single or something on the band. I didn't know that was like a literal thingamajiggy.
Well, I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. I could be wrong. All right, guys. Roberta Flack is up next.
Roberta Flack. That name sounds familiar to me.
It's because it sounds like a curse.
Really?
Yeah. If we were like, "What the Flack?" we would have gotten in trouble for sure saying that growing up.
Oh my God. Roberta Flack.
We'll be right back.
Roberta Flack, dear listener, is on the way.
I haven't seen Revo in this comment section. Have you seen him?
I saw him once. Like that's the thing about Revo.
Well, he's resting.
Revo will he'll come in there and he'll be like, and then he'll phase out. He's like a superhero. You'll never find him. You'll never see it's him.
All right, you guys. We'll be right back.
Roberta Flack is up next, dear listener. 1973. Vin out.
Sorry out.
Gone. I shall return. I'm Vin.
I'm sorry.
If you would like to get your song reviewed, dear listener, there's the Filthy Capitalist option. As Sorry says, 125 gets you straight to the head of the line. You don't have to be a part of the alliance. You don't have to be part of the group.
Wait a minute.
And the biggest thing is you don't have to wait. You hop, skip, and jump right in front of everybody. 125 gets you there. You do that 3 times, and you get mashed down to the $75 rate for perpetuity.
Yes!
Also, there is a band review option. So if you've got a band and you're trying to get your band some exposure, hit me up at sorry@gmail.com, and I'll show you the details about how to pull that off.
You can also jump on Patreon, and there is a option on the tiers to be able to get your band reviewed. Obviously, we can't lie to you, so we can't guarantee a positive review. Get what you get.
It's just rubbish.
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 That's British for garbage.
My favorite is the community option. $1 at the gate gets you in at Patreon. You get to join an alliance. The alliance joins their points together, and that helps determine what songs that we do.
The alliances hang out on Discord.
Message me on Patreon to get the link.
And they do all kinds of other cool things. They do Minecraft. Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah. It's really a community within the community. Anybody can go in the village, facebook.com/VinandSorry. There's 160,000+ people on the channel. What's cool about the Discord is that it offers a real opportunity for community connection, friendship, that type of thing.
And it's on Discord, so if you're not a Facebook person, it's for you.
You start off at $1.
Right.
Plus you get exclusives. Sorry and I are working on a song. So the first 15 seconds of that was on Patreon. Also, at $15 here and above, when we actually debut the video, they're going to be there live with us. There you are, dear listener.
Buy our merch.
Buy our merch indeed, a child shall lead them. I think I'm going to be in the running for a new co-host because my co-host keeps disappearing. Here she goes.
I'm here. I was ensuring that you have clean laundry and clean sheets for later.
Oh, okay.
And supper. Everything's in the works.
Like a woman should.
All right. And you know what, guys? Guess what? My feet are bare. Oh, no. Roberta Flack. You know, I can't stop thinking.
I'm just out here trying to trigger people today.
I can't help but think, like, when that one girl said, she was like, okay. She's like, so you don't want to listen. You don't want to have your husband as your boss. She's like, so fine, don't do that and go work for somebody else out in the world, and you're still going to have another man over you.
Yeah, I know.
So why not have someone that loves and cares for you, and I will get you your clean sheets and your supper. All right, Roberta Flack, ladies and gentlemen. I went a little out of breath. This is from our DJ REVO. You probably know the 1996 Fiji's cover of this song. It was originally written by Charles Fox Norman Gimbel with singer-songwriter Lori Lieberman, but her name was uncredited. Wow. Why? The main story about the song was that it was inspired by Lori Lieberman's feelings seeing Don McLean perform. You reacted to Don McLean's song Vincent and American Pie. Lori Lieberman has disputed this starting in the 1990s, has since fallen out with other songwriters, especially since she wasn't credited. Her original version in 1971 didn't do well. This is a cover done in 1973 by singer Roberta Flack. She originally played it live with Marvin Gaye, telling her not to play it live until she had recorded it. This song was released January 22nd of 1973 by Atlantic Records. It was a #1 hit and won Record of the Year at the Grammys. So he didn't want her to play it live until she had recorded it? Why, so nobody can steal it?
I don't know, probably because the recorded version would be the best version. You know what I'm saying? You don't want, Like,
she didn't listen, I guess, or did she?
Say again?
She originally played it live. Oh, she did it even though he told her not to. All right, you guys, Roberta Flack killing me softly with his song. Oh, because she had listened to his song, and that's where it would originally come from. Okay, let's check it out.
All right, let's go. Roberta Flack. The name of the song is... Let me mute this thing.
Okay, so it was Lori's feelings when she saw Don McLean perform.
Killing Me Softly.
Yeah.
Is the name of the song.
Yeah.
Oh, Oh, so this was a cover. Because the
Fugees
did this. No, the Fugees didn't do it originally.
1996 Fugees cover of this song.
The Fugees covered the song.
This one. Excuse me. You got it. Good thing you're on the show.
Good God. Killing Me Softly. Here we go. Roberta Flack.
Was that a double?
The original.
Was that a double?
Do you hear anything?
I don't. It's killing us softly.
Strumming my pain with
here we
his
go.
fingers, singing my life with his words, killing
You've heard this song,
softly with his song.
I showed you the Fugees song. You forgot about it already?
No. The lyrics sound familiar, but her voice doesn't sound familiar at all.
With his words, killing me softly. With his
I thought that girl was had tape over her mouth. I thought she was held hostage. Doesn't that look like she's got tape on her mouth?
It looks like she's got tape
he sang a good song. I heard he had a style.
None of this is
And so I came to see him to listen for a while. And there he was, this young boy, a stranger to my eyes, strumming my pain with his fingers, singing my life with his words, killing me softly with his song, killing me softly with his song, telling my whole life he found my letters and read each one out loud. I prayed that he would finish, but he just kept right on, strumming my pain with his fingers, singing my life with his words, killing me softly with his song, killing me softly with his song, telling my whole life with his words, killing me softly with his song. He sang as if he knew me in all my dark despair, and then he looked right through me as if I wasn't there, and he just kept on singing, singing clear and strong, strumming my pain with his fingers, singing my life with his words, killing me softly with his song, killing me softly with his song, telling my whole life with his words, killing me softly with his song. Oh, la 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 la, strumming my pain with his fingers, singing my life with his words, killing me softly with his song, killing me softly with his song, telling my whole life with his words, killing me softly. He was strumming my pain, yeah, he was singing my life, killing me softly with his song, killing me softly with his song, telling my whole life with his words, killing me softly with his song.
Whoa! All right, that
She
was
did a good
killing.
job on that one. I wish I could remember the words only at the beginning seemed familiar to me, but I can't even place. You said that you showed me the Fiji word.
The
Fuji?
Fiji.
Oh no,
The Fiji or the
Fuji?
Fuji.
Bowie.
I wish we had a give me the canister.
Oh,
she said Fuji as Fuji.
Fuji.
As in most baby formula companies haven't updated their safety standards for manufacturing and ingredients since 1980, which before we were born. Dear listener, the Europeans, of course, have us outstripped on that. We source our wonderful project from Europe that has European Union standards, etc. Okay, now you can find that on Amazon.com. Just look for Fuji Bear. We'll be there. Okay.
Yeah, there's a link also in the description of all of our videos in case you are looking for it there.
Yes.
But yeah, okay. So yeah, I didn't remember. Did you have more to say?
No, well, go ahead. Well, once you butchered the legendary group, the Fuji, here we go.
Allah has struck you.
They're the Fugees.
Allah has struck you in your arrogance.
They're the Fugees, as in the
Arrogant
refugees.
king.
As in the refugees, the Fugees. That was the idea. Okay, go ahead.
I see. Okay. So yeah, like I said, the lyrics a little bit sounded familiar at the very beginning, but then I'm not familiar with the song. So, hold on, let me pull up the lyrics here. I thought that the part, okay, so definitely it sounded like what it said in the write-up is that she was singing about, we assume it was that one artist that Revo told us about.
Yeah.
And
that must be crazy to be an artist and then have a classic song written about the song that you wrote.
Yeah. Well,
That's
okay.
pretty
So
gangster.
I'm gonna just jump right to verse 3 because basically we're saying the same thing, But verse 3 I thought was interesting. He sang as if he knew me in all my dark despair, and then he looked right through me as if I wasn't there. He just kept right on singing clear and strong. And that reminded me of the very first time that we were, one of the times we were doing a review, and you for the first time brought up that people will listen to a song and it's only about them instead of saying, okay, what is the artist expressing here? What are they going through? And then that shows itself in other ways, namely that when they want to change their style, people aren't good with that. They expect a certain thing. So when she said this, it reminded me of that because she's saying, like, he's saying as if he knew me in all my dark despair, but he didn't. He was looking straight through her. She was just another person in the crowd to him.
Yeah. But see, this to me, we were watching a show. We were watching a show. I forgot what the name of the particular disorder is, but it's where you think that a famous person is talking to you and you think that the famous person is like in some sort of relationship with you. And the whole time, like, it was you. Remember you?
Oh, well, geez, babe. Okay. Yeah.
And there's like that disorder where you really believe that the famous person is in love with you or has this, not even in love with you, but just has a relationship. Like, you guys have this relationship. Like, it goes beyond daydreaming to where they think. So, like, this
That's so
could
creepy.
be, if you wanted to take a psychological thriller angle, this could be one of those situations where, like, yo, he wasn't talking about you at all. He had nothing to do with you, but you're obsessed with this guy. So now you've written this entire song about him or whatever. And he's like, he wasn't talking about your life at all. He was actually talking about his girlfriend. But you see what I'm saying?
Oh,
like,
yeah.
That's
exactly.
why when I was looking at the song, like, I was like, yo, my mind was kind of wandering, like, yo, what if this is actually a really dark song and, like, she kidnapped him and now the guy's in her basement and she's like, sing the song and you know it's about me. That's why I was like really focused. I'm like, yo, this dude's probably in this girl's basement, all types of shit.
No, oh no. Okay, so I mean, you caught
Well,
that
you
part,
never
too.
know. You never know.
No, it's true.
And she could have got away with it because you never expect girls to do that shit.
No, you don't.
You know what I'm saying? Hey, it could be.
I think we get away with a lot more because we're girls.
I think it could be parasocial. I don't know what that particular disorder is, but the disorder is pretty hectic. It's pretty crazy.
I don't like hearing about stuff like that because we have a YouTube channel, and so, like, I know that we're not famous, but we have been viewed millions of times. So, like, the idea that somebody could have that disorder with one of us is kind of I don't like that. We're not in a relationship with any of you people.
Well, that's not true. I mean,
romantic relationship.
Well, yeah, but it doesn't have to be romantic.
It can be that they think that they're
like
friends
in the
with
show.
you.
In the show, she was just friends with the girl.
I'm having trouble remembering which part.
It was. I
think I was too.
Yeah,
Oh
they weren't in any. They were just friends.
Yeah.
In her mind.
Well, yeah, right,
So,
right.
No,
They
but
weren't
I'm
friends,
actually
though, but
friends.
yeah.
I'm actually friends with people. Like,
Yeah, well, aside from those people. Yeah, aside from those
Jay.
people. Yeah, but those people aren't imagining they have a relationship with you. They actually do. They're not like watching your show.
Yeah, but you came out and said, we're not in a relationship with any of you
Yeah,
people.
because I was talking romantic relationship.
Well,
babe.
nobody thinks they're in a romantic relationship
You don't
with
know
us.
that. I thought you were explaining that sometimes people think that he's actually singing about his girlfriend, but she thinks
All I
he's singing
said
about
was
her.
relationship, but every time you hear relationship, you go straight to some sort of sexual relationship all the time. Like, there are different ways people relate to each other, subhanAllah.
Okay.
So I think so when I was in the middle of listening to that song, I'm like, yo, what I was just doing like a what if, like, here's this dude innocently talking about his girlfriend or somebody.
Yeah.
She sees him at like a pub or whatever, knocks him over the head, kidnaps him. He ends up in the basement. Now he's got to sing this song. I don't know. It could be. Yeah, there we go. De Clembo syndrome, whatever the syndrome is. Here we go. All right. So let's go to the lyrics. What was going on lyrically for you?
Well, I already said that, it was basically the same thing, was said where she's watching him play, and then I went to verse 3. What did you get from the lyrics?
Well, this phenomenon kind of happens a lot with, like, preachers sometimes. Like, you'll go up there and you'll say something. people will come up to you like, yo, that's exactly what's going on in my life or whatever.
Yeah. He was reading my mail.
Yeah, he's reading my mail, as they call it. But, you know, when you're doing music, if you think about it, a song is not going to get really big, or it's not going to resonate with a large group of people unless there's some relatability into it. Like, whenever you ever heard a song that got mega famous that wasn't relatable to people?
Of course, yeah.
So, the things that warrant us putting something to poetry or to music are generally universal experiences, right? You love a girl, you're going to write a song. You broke up, you're going to write a song. Mm-hmm. You hate your parents, you're going to write a song. Mm-hmm. So there is a sense in which it's almost impossible for the song, shout out to Sadie, it's almost impossible for the song not to, you know, tell you your life story. Because there's no song that's going to be that big that doesn't relate to people on a human level. Oh, yeah. So there's a sense in which that's always going to happen. How is that? You know what I'm saying? Like, how could that not happen? Where, because she's basically saying he's talking about all these moments in my life,
strumming my pain with his fingers. Singing
my life with his words. And she talked about being embarrassed at the crowd because the guy was basically reading her mail, because she's interpreting this in a kind of narcissistic sense. Like, here's this guy singing, and the whole thing is about her, which is kind of like a bit narcissistic. Like, really? The guy's singing to you? Like, all these millions of people, he's singing to you about your issues, and you are so caught up in this that you're embarrassed that other people around you are hearing this song because he made this song about you. Like, it's extremely narcissistic if you put it in another category. You know what I'm saying? Like, on this side, it's romantic. It's like, oh my God, like, we've got this connection, you know, like, wow, we've got this real deep connection. Like, look, he's strumming my pain with his fingers. He's singing my life with his words. Wow. Like, wow, we've got this really cool connection. And, you know, that may be, but to me, I look at it like, yeah, you're pretty self-centered, man, if you think that whole song is about you, lady. You know, it's kind of like the inversion of you probably think the song is about you. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Like, I don't know, it's weird.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that is so uncomfortable, because this song got pretty famous, and you said it was also covered by other people.
Oh yeah, I mean, it's an all-time song. Like, I don't know, when was it written? 1973, like 50 years ago or some shit. But like, I definitely like can see why it's a famous song. I mean, it deserves to be a classic song. Like, I'm not saying it doesn't deserve to be a classic song. I'm just saying, like, I'm not interpreting it like romantically. Like, it's definitely a deep song. It's romantic, like, definitely. But I'm not interpreting it that way. Probably because we're probably watching too many of these shows on Netflix, man, where shit is just, you know, it always goes bad. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah. I mean, I too, when I heard this song, felt a little weird about that part of it. Like I said, I skipped right to verse 3 because I was kind of like, because that's like, because at first you could say, well, maybe they're together, and maybe he's, you know, she's like, oh, you know what I'm saying? Like, but then when it was clear they weren't, then it was uncomfortable. I thought it a little weird. But I think that people, you're right, people are kind of drawn to stuff like that. And you're right. People aren't going to just like a song just for whatever. The people like it by its relatability. And I guess a lot of people, well, I don't know. Do people pretend that the artist is singing to them?
I mean, I think sometimes. I think you know, like, first of all, like, there's a reason that pop singers have to be physically attractive. There's a reason for that.
Okay.
And the reason is because you want that 15-year-old girl to look at Justin Timberlake and imagine that Justin Timberlake was singing to her, because she's more likely to buy the record and buy the posters, etc.
Which is why they don't want to show that people are in relationships either.
Right. So, but the thing is, that 15-year-old girl knows that she's fantasizing.
Yeah.
And that's part of the fun. Like, she knows she's never going to run into dude. She knows that she has no chance with him, but it's just fun to fantasize or whatever. This is a little bit different. Like, this is, she's in some, like, deeper relationship with dude.
And I'm okay with that.
Yeah, but okay, when I will say I didn't think that this was like some ongoing issue that she has. To me, it just kind of sounded like she happened to be in the crowd and he started singing the song, and then she was like, whoa, this is really similar, this matches. The part though that's weird is when she felt embarrassed by the crowd, because that means there was some delusion going on, because there's no reason to be embarrassed when nobody knows you're not being sung about.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, that was, I guess, where it went a little too weird.
That's what I'm saying.
All right, well, what do you give this song? What do you give the
This song this song is going to get very high score for me, because one, I grew up with this song on the Fuji side, and two, it's an absolute classic. So, you know, here you go.
What are you giving it?
9.8. Got to be a 9.8.
That's
maybe
exactly what I had.
Maybe even a 10. Maybe even a 10. But my opinion is, if you have to doubt, then it can't be a 10. But at minimum, it's at least getting a 9.8.
All right, 9.8 right across the board. Roberta Flack, y'all.
Vin blackmailed me to come back. Sorry, white-mailed me. She white female you. Ha!
All right, you guys.
Listen, we have all our people back. Everything is good, right with the world.
David Bowie is up next.
For another 2 months. We shall see. David Bowie's up next, dear listener. Look, she pronounced it correctly. Did he put that in there?
No.
Or you put that in there?
I did. I looked it up. I looked up the phonetical spelling and I put it up in there.
Phonetic spelling of Bowie in there.
I was like, you know what? I've done this enough, and I have Google. I don't have to keep doing this.
Vid out.
Story out.
God. You are ridiculous.
What?
I'm Vin.
I'm sorry.
If you would like to get your song reviewed, dear listener, there's the Filthy Capitalist option. As Sorry says, 125 gets you straight to the head of the line. You don't have to be a part of the alliance. You don't have to be part of the group.
Wait a minute.
And the biggest thing is you don't have to wait. You hop, skip, and jump right in front of everybody. 125 gets you there. You do that 3 times, and you get mashed down to the $75 rate for perpetuity.
Yes!
Also, there is a band review option. So if you've got a band and you're trying to get your band some exposure, hit me up at itsorry@gmail.com, and I'll show you the details about how to pull that off.
You can also jump on Patreon, and there is a option on the tiers to be able to get your band reviewed. Obviously, we can't lie to you, so we can't guarantee a positive review. Get what you get.
It's just rubbish.
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 That's British for garbage.
My favorite is the community option. $1 at the gate gets you in at Patreon. You get to join an alliance. The alliance joins their points together, and that helps determine what songs that we do.
The alliances hang out on Discord.
Message me on Patreon to get the link.
And they do all kinds of other cool things. They do Minecraft, Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah. It's really a community within the community. Anybody can go in the village. Facebook.com/VinandSorry. There's 160,000+ people on the channel. What's cool about the Discord is that it offers a real opportunity for community connection, friendship, that type of thing.
And it's on Discord, so if you're not a Facebook person, it's for you.
You start off at $1.
Right.
Plus you get exclusives. Sorry and I are working on a song. So the first 15 seconds of that was on Patreon. Also, at $15 here and above, when we actually debut the video, they're going to be there live with us. There you are, dear listener.
Buy our merch.
Buy our merch indeed. A child shall lead them.
To buy our merch.
Yes, dear listener. Yes, dear listener. Yes, dear listener.
All right, you guys. David Bowie is up next. The Genie. This is from our DJ REVO. The next time you see him in the house, can you let me know?
Yep. He commented when you said, "Where's Revo?"
Okay, he pops in and out. He's resting.
Yeah.
In his autobiography, Moonage Daydream, David Bowie stated, starting out as a lightweight riff thing, I had written one evening in New York for Serinda's. Is that how you say this person's name?
Serinda's Enjoyment. I don't know who Serinda is. That's a badass name, though.
I developed the lyric to the otherwise wordless Pumper, and it ultimately turned into a smorgasbord of imagined America, based on an Iggy-type persona. The title, of course, was a clumsy pun upon Jean Jeanette. He also said the music video is a shot as a consort of the Maryland band. The song references Monroe in its lyrics, and Norma Jean is her real name, which could have influenced the Jean in the title. One of the things that really that's really impressive with her in light of Me Too was when a scandal broke out of her having posed naked in a calendar from before her success. She broke through the scandal by penning an article in 1953 called Wolves I Have Known, where she detailed how men would target vulnerable girls and how it was better to have posed naked for that calendar than for an old man who would take advantage of her. Wow. From here, she fought with her main studio of Fox. She had also spent 5 years at Columbia due to Fox and Columbia's executives being friends, for better pay and roles. The song hit number 2 on the UK charts. Sweet Blockbuster was released a week later. There was fear that there would be controversy over accusations of plagiarism due to Blockbuster's riff being similar to the Jean Genie. They have the same record company, so I imagine they had interest in not having a public feud over this. Blockbuster did reach number 1, whereas the Jean Jean only reached number 2. Blockbuster songwriter Chin described a meeting with Bowie at which Bowie looked at me completely deadpan and said, "See you next Tuesday." And then he got up and gave me a hug and said, "Congratulations." God. Okay.
It's weird, man.
David Bowie, the Jean Genie.
David Bowie, the Jean Genie.
Let's go.
Let's go. We've already got it downloaded because we showed up to this meeting prepared. Bitches. All right, the Jean Genie, David Bowie, let's go. Definitely sounds like a 70s song.
Small Jean Genie snuck off to the city, strung out on lasers and slashback blazers, and ate all your razors while pulling the waiters, talking about Monroe and walking on Snow White. New York's a go-go and everything tastes nice. Poor little greenie. Ooh. Get back on it. Jean Genie lives on his back. The Jean Genie loves chimney stacks. It's outrageous, he screams and he moans. The Jean Genie, let yourself go. Sits like a man, but he smiles like a reptile. She love him, but just for a short while. She'll scratch in the sand, won't let go of his hand. He says he's a beautician and sells you nutrition, keeps all your dead hair for making up underwear. Poor little greenie. Ooh. The Jean Genie lives on his back. The Jean Genie loves chimney stacks. It's outrageous, he screams and he moans. The Jean Genie, let yourself go.
Alrighty then. That was the big homie David Bowie.
Yep, the Jean Genie.
Okay, tell me what you thought.
A small Jean Genie stuck off to the city, strung out on lasers and slashback blazers. I aided all your razors while pulling the waiters. Talk about Monroe and walking on white snow.
See, some of these dudes could really rap. Like
New York's a go-go.
If he wanted to, he could have been a rapper, that dude. Especially if you want to talk about the rap. I'm sorry, you're gonna crucify me for this, rap people. But if you talk about the rap today,
mumble rap.
He could definitely hang with any of the rappers today for sure.
Agreed.
Like, dude was like, see, that's the thing I'm starting to discover about like really, really good artists. They're like. Now I'm starting to realize, like, good artists will be good anywhere in any genre. It just so happens that they figured out, like, the specific lane that they were the best in. But good artists would have been good in any genre. Like, this dude, you know, obviously aesthetically, you would have had to do something different in, you know, when he was coming up. But if he wanted...
Why?
Well, because, I mean...
I'm just joking. Obviously, he doesn't fit the rap genre. I get it.
Hood music is, if you want to talk about, like, clearly defined, like, gender roles, like, that's it. Like, that, it's the hood.
Yeah.
He would kill it, though, as a rapper. He's not hanging with Vaughn. Well... I don't really think Vaughn was very high on the lyricism. Vaughn was more about, like, the energy. Like, I've never listened to a line where I was like, yo, he said that. Like, I'm still hearing stuff from Biggie where I'm like, oh.
Yeah, it's true. You still do that.
Like, what you gonna do? Fight or run? Seems to me that you'll take B. Bone and Big, Das Oli. Like, that's brilliant. Like, people to this day don't know, like, what just happened.
Half the time I don't either.
What? David Bowie never, and I mean never...
Cold like Minnesota.
Be as cold like Minnesota.
Cold like Minnesota.
That dude was like, yo, I just came up with that in the studio. I didn't write it. I'm like, yeah, I believe you, my guy. I believe you when you say that shit. Yeah, how long would it take you to come up with cold like Minnesota?
Yeah, you probably would have been better off not to give us that information. Like Amy Lee, when she was in the bathroom on the recorder, it makes sense to give us that information because we're like, whoa,
right?
That was crazy.
Right. She wrote an entire
but
song.
Don't tell us that you did cold like Minnesota off the fly. We know that.
Yeah, we know that. Exactly. Amy Lee writes this thing that like looks like an entire studio production, fucking orchestra, all types of shit.
Yeah, and we're like, wait.
I was in a stall in the bathroom doing that shit.
The vocals were just going off the tile wall.
That is like, okay, yeah. You're an all-time, like, you're an all-timer.
If I come downstairs and your job is to clean the living room and it's trashed, don't tell me you didn't clean it. I know you didn't.
Yeah.
Same here. We know you didn't put much effort in.
All right.
A small Jean snuck off to the city. Okay, yeah. So he was saying that this might have been talking about Marilyn Monroe because her last name
was Norma Jean, right?
Yeah.
It didn't what's his face make that song Goodbye Norma Jean, which was talking about her. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Goodbye Norma Jean.
I know that this is probably the same thing, but can you just give me these? Play the game with me because I feel like one set fits my head better. Yeah, they're higher. The other ones, they're too big.
All right.
My head is smaller than yours, babe.
We continue.
Okay. Okay. So she takes off and goes to the city. I didn't understand some of this stuff. So she snuck off to the city, strung out on lasers.
Well, strung out on
flashback blazers. I guess that's a jacket.
Lasers, like the big city. Like if you're a little,
yeah,
if you were,
I got all that and ate all your razors while pulling the waiters. I didn't understand that.
Well, I think some like the whole like the line about strung out on lasers would be like, you know, the city and the bright lights and all that. They're like intoxicating.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I get all that.
And ate all your razors while pulling the waiters.
I don't know. Ate all your razors while pulling the waiters?
Well, Sadie's saying cocaine. You know, you like cut up the coke on the razors. See, we used to put razors in our mouth to get past the metal detectors. So that's what I was like, why was she doing that? Like maybe she was.
What if somebody went like that?
Maybe she was trying to protect herself. Well, yeah, I mean,
did that happen?
No, it never happened. Because we're just trying to get into school. Because you had to go through like 9 miles of security to get to school. So a lot of dudes,
so friggin' sad.
they'd have their razors like right inside there. And I had braces, so like it was even bad.
Oh,
even
yeah,
bad.
because your braces are going to go off.
No, they weren't going off, but it was
they
just
won't?
like... Yeah, nah, but it was just, like I was completely good. But yeah, so I'm looking at them like, why was she having razors in her mouth? Like, no, like she's strung out on lasers and slash black blazers. That's like the dudes there. And ate all your razors.
I thought that was like a jacket. I have to know. A jacket, yeah, look.
Yeah, it's a
jacket.
blazer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why'd you say the dudes?
So
I misheard you?
Well, because I'm presuming that dudes are going to be buying that for her. You know what I'm saying? Like,
okay.
That's the life. Like, you get the glitz, the glamour, the flashy lights, and the drugs. Talking about Monroe and walking on Snow White. There is the drugs again. New York's a go-go and everything tastes nice. Poor little greedy woohoo. Yeah, so it just looks like Delaney just heard Booger Sugar for the first time. Stay away from it, Delaney. And stay away from them violent people too. They'll hurt you, obviously. You know what I'm talking about. And a lot of these people won't protect you.
Oh my gosh.
Go ahead, we continue.
The Jean Genie lives on his back.
The Jean Genie loves... Yeah, well, maybe he's using that to like cover up the fact that he's talking about, Marilyn Monroe. You know what I'm saying?
He's outrageous, he screams and he bawls. The Jean Genie, let yourself go.
Oh. Sits like a man, but he smiles like a reptile. She loves him, but just for a short while. She's scratching the sand, won't let go of his hand. He says he's a beautician and sells you nutrition and keeps all your dead hair from making up underwear.
What
Poor
is
little
happening?
Gurney. I'm not particularly certain that he's... I think it stretches credulity a little bit to say this is about Marilyn Monroe.
Yeah, so do I. But that would be pretty weird. Now you've got me stuck on the weird stuff. Because it says she loves him, but just for a short while. She'll scratch in the sand, won't let go his hand. Then it says he's a beautician and sells you nutrition and keeps all your dead hair for making up underwear.
That shit is weird.
It is, but if you're talking about Monroe and you are her beautician and you take her dead hair and you use it.
That is true, because people would do that.
They would.
With a famous person.
Especially...
And then they would take the name of the famous person, too. That makes sense.
Remember on, we were watching Orange is the New Black for a while. This was years ago. We started watching that, but I was pregnant with Orion. And I was honestly so, like, nauseous from the pregnancy that watching the show made me think that the show was making me nauseous, even though it wasn't. But I've never been able to go back to it because there was just too much nauseousness. Anyway, but in that show, remember the girls were selling stuff? From the jail?
Yeah.
So it kind of reminded me of that.
Oh, yeah. They were weren't they selling their underwear or something?
That's exactly what they were selling.
Oh, my God. That was pretty much the end of that show for us.
I think that was the end of it for you.
I don't think.
I was like, see, you looked at it. He was like, I was like, man, men are dirty. Ooh, but they'd buy that too.
I don't think that show ever recovered from that disgustingness.
That was it.
That was the end of that show.
It probably was the end for you. For me, I was done just because I was so nauseous. Anyway, so I think that's what was going on there. The Jean Genie lives on his back, loves chimney stacks. He's outrageous. He screams and he bawls.
See, some of this is like, I feel like these guys were experimenting with drugs and shit, and so some of this was just like, I'm high and I'm writing shit. Like, yeah. I'm not sure how much of this is like actual. I didn't say it was about Monroe, that it references her, and Bowie said the music video was influenced by her. Okay, so Marilyn Monroe, I don't know why, but even, when I came to America, she was the first celebrity I heard about.
Oh, really?
She was the first, yeah, because Jamaica, we didn't really have a giant celebrity culture because, like, even if you heard a song on the radio, the person on the radio was, like, literally lived right down the street from you. Like, you could, like, literally, there was this song called Give Me Back My Sweet Jamaica, which was playing, like, over and over and over again. And, like, she was on TV and shit. And, like, literally, my dad, we're driving out to my dad's store, and she was there, like, getting a coconut out of a tree. In, like, her house and shit. Like,
wow.
He's like, yeah, that's the one that did the song. Yeah, that's the one right there. I was like,
she climbed the tree?
Yeah, she was in her yard doing, like, it was like, so, like, we didn't have, like, a giant celebrity...
yeah, that just makes you real...
We didn't have a giant celebrity culture like that.
Yeah.
So when I came to America, it's like it's impossible to explain to a non-American like what American celebrity culture is like, especially coming from a place like Jamaica. You know what I'm saying? So Marilyn Monroe was the first like famous person I ever heard about, and my mom was saying that the government killed her, and the way she was talking about it was like yesterday. So I thought like she died recently, like she died before I was born, for God's sake. But like yeah, and she has like a weird hold on the American imagination, and I'm not sure why. Mm-hmm. But you know, now I mean, shit, Marilyn Monroe she'd be overweight, she'd be a plus size model or something now, depending, you know, considering, you know, these modern people's standards. That's why I always say, like, I'm not sure that the whole like we want our girls to be 5 pounds and be able to count all their ribs from the outside, like I feel my conspiracy theory is that like skinny girls like created that movement. We were fine with Marilyn Monroe as a sex symbol, but she was, you know, she'd be a plus size model now.
Yeah.
She'd be on the fat acceptance tour now. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But we loved her. So square that circle, dear listener.
And then she's still looked at as an icon.
Yeah, she is. She is. But it's cool because, like, she's a sex symbol, but there's, like, some class about her. Like, no disrespect to Kardashian, but there's a certain level of class about Marilyn Monroe, even though she was a sex symbol. Like, you know.
Well, but she wasn't... I mean, it wasn't... I don't think it was really the same, right? Like, I don't know a whole lot of Kardashian, but she had, like a... Didn't she have a sex scandal that was on purpose put out there? Or did I
Marilyn Monroe?
No, Kim Kardashian.
Well, yeah, that's my point. It's
right.
like there's a certain degree of class. There's a certain degree of class that Marilyn Monroe.
Yeah, I'm not sure what Marilyn Monroe was going for, because she basically said the only reason I did the calendar was so I didn't have to do something else.
Right.
So it's not like she was saying, hey, let me do some video and put it out there for, you know what I'm saying?
Well, are you talking about Monroe or Kardashian?
Well, I'm saying Kardashian put the video out. Monroe did not. Monroe actually came out and said, I would have not wanted to do that, but I had to.
That's what I'm saying.
So I'm saying, like, yeah, there's a difference in class, but there was also a difference in that how they wanted to be seen. Like, right. I don't think Marilyn Monroe wanted...
That's my point. Like, she wanted to be seen a certain way. Kim Kardashian didn't care how she's seen. She just wants to be rich. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not mad at her, like, for that. But I'm just saying it's just different. It's just... That's why, like, male culture in America interacts with Marilyn Monroe differently than the way they interact with Kim Kardashian type of thing. And let that be a lesson.
I do think her song, though, to Mr. President was
well, yeah, off. The whole "Happy Birthday, Mr. President" thing. Yeah, no. But at the same time, like, that's the most powerful man in the world. You know,
yeah, I get it.
Kim
I
Kardashian,
get all of that.
Kim Kardashian. Well, I'm just telling you how a dude looks at it. For dudes, it's like, well, I mean, that's the president. But Kim Kardashian, I mean, that was with Ray J. Like, the guy was already done. Like, he was a burnt out singer. Like, nobody cared about him. He was just some, you know, like, you made a video with some dude that was like, you know, nobody even knows who this dude is. Like,
yeah, I don't think it
whereas John Kennedy, you did that with John Kennedy. Dudes can understand that. Like, okay, if you suspend your moral, you know, turpitudes or whatever for the president of the United States, that makes sense. You'll get a pass. But for Ray J, no, you're not getting a pass for that. You're gonna wear that letter for the rest of your life. But yeah. So like, this is really interesting because this song also inspired, I guess, Trent Reznor. Trent Reznor did a song called Reptile. She's a man but smiles like a reptile.
Oh, yeah, because he said he's sitting but, like, smiles like a reptile.
What if this was like a cross-dresser type of thing? Because Jeannie...
Oh, and then the
name Jeannie can be both.
Yeah.
Right? You could be... Because I worked with someone named Jeannie for a couple of years, and he was a female. So...
Wait, I've never met a male with the name Jeannie.
Jean? Yeah, Jean is a male name. So Jeannie could be a,
I've never met anybody.
Never met a man named Jean?
No, I like a Saint Jean as a last name.
Gene Simmons?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Who is that? Is that guy that's not the guy that does the aerobics, is it?
Yeah, his name is Gene Simmons.
I did know a man named Gene Simmons.
There you go.
But at the same time, I mean, okay, so you think it might have been...
Yeah, maybe this was a transvestite, or maybe even a trans, you know, person that was doing sex work in New York City.
Gene lives on his back.
That would also work. Sits like a man, smells like a reptile.
Stacks.
I don't know. I don't know what the chimney stack is though. What's that?
Well, I could be wrong, so let's not.
Well, hold on. I'll mute it, and you can tell me what you think chimney stacks mean. By the way, Revo, did you ever tell us what you think the main thrust of this song was about?
Most people were silent. I remembered the line from the Hindu scripture.
Something's really wrong with you.
That doesn't fit your theory?
We're live.
That
We're
doesn't
live.
fit your theory, what you
We're
said
live.
earlier?
We're live. We're
Okay,
live.
okay. Okay.
Oh my God.
Gene loves chimney stacks. He's outrageous. He screams and he bawls. Will you explain that another way then?
The Genie, let yourself go.
Go.
Yeah, that's as far as I'm willing to take those metaphors.
Okay.
I'm not taking those metaphors any farther than that.
All right.
Oh God.
So that's that.
Okay, go rate the song. What did you think? This is 1973.
Yeah, it's 1973. What are you giving it?
Look, apparently there was some sort of
You can't trust Sadie though. I feel like Sadie and I.
No, I completely trust Sadie in these situations.
Oh well, there you
I
have
trust
it.
Sadie with my life in these situations. So I'm gonna go ahead and say that you probably interpreted that correctly. Delaney!
Oh man, I feel like that you could walk yourself into some trouble.
Cover your ears!
They'd be like, Vin, we've got chimney stacks over here. You'd be like, chimney stacks, let's go. I'd be like, no, don't.
Ridiculous! Ridiculous!
You'd be like, what's wrong with a burning fire, babe? All right.
Ridiculous.
I give this one a solid 9.
You all have filthy brains and minds. Good Lord.
I mean,
just me. See, look at Kai. See Kai? See, all the dudes are like, what the hell is going on?
What's happening here?
This is a new generation where the dudes are the decent ones and the women are all over the fucking place.
We've had to learn. We've been tricked on multitude of occasions.
Oh boy, oh boy, here it goes.
Free
Trickery.
chimney stacks, ladies. Come on in.
Trickery. Okay, all right.
Okay. Anyway,
Rate
I give
the
a solid
song.
9. I already rated it. I'm waiting for you.
Okay, I am being circumspect with my rate. It's an 8.8 again, dear listener. It's an 8.8 again. It's an 8.8 again.
All right, you guys. We'll be right back.
Unbelievable. Delaney, cover your ears. Here we go. Commercial break. We'll be right back. Holy shit. I'm Vin.
I'm sorry.
If you would like to get your song reviewed, dear listener, there's the filthy capitalist option. As Soaring says, 125 gets you straight to the head of the line. You don't have to be a part of the alliance. You don't have to be part of the group.
Wait a minute.
And the biggest thing is you don't have to wait. You hop, skip, and jump right in front of everybody. 125 gets you there. You do that 3 times, and then get mashed down to the $75 rate for perpetuity.
Yes!
Also, there is a band review option. So if you've got a band and you're trying to get your band some exposure, hit me up at instory@gmail.com, and I'll show you the details about how to pull that off.
You can also jump on Patreon, and there is a option on the tiers to be able to get your band reviewed. Obviously, we can't lie to you, so we can't guarantee a positive review. Get what you get.
It's just rubbish.
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 That's British for garbage.
My favorite is the community option. $1 at the gate gets you in at Patreon. You get to join an alliance. The alliance joins their points together, and that helps determine what songs that we do.
The alliances hang out on Discord.
Message me on Patreon to get the link.
And they do all kinds of other cool things. They do Minecraft, Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah. It's really a community within the community. Anybody can go in the village, facebook.com/VinandSory. There's 160,000+ people on the channel. What's cool about the Discord is that it offers a real opportunity for community connection, friendship, that type of thing.
And it's on Discord, so if you're not a Facebook person, it's for you.
You start off at $1.
Right.
Plus you get exclusives. Sory and I are working on a song. So the first 15 seconds of that was on Patreon. Also, at $15 here and above, when we actually debut the video, they're going to be there live with us. There you are, dear listener.
Buy our merch.
Buy our merch indeed. A child shall lead them.
To buy our merch.
Yes, dear listener. Yes, dear listener. Yes, dear listener. Shout out to the big homie Kai. Kai.
All right, you guys, up next on our 1973 mega stream, I guess you could call it, because we've got 8 songs here, is Sweet is the name of the band. The name of the song is Blockbuster. You've reacted to... Oh, and this is the word from Revo, our DJ. You've reacted to their songs Little Willie, Ballroom Blitz before. Ballroom Blitz was actually released later this year. Vin came up with a really interesting and elaborate story for that song. The real story behind it was that at a concert, some men decided to try and attack them on stage. This song is written by their songwriting team, Nicky Chin and Mike Chapman. It was released by RCA Records in January 1973. The guitarist, Andy Scott, has an interview about the song on their YouTube page. He told about how the American version doesn't have the siren sound because factory workers would think it was break time. I'm having you guys watch the Top of the Pops version. It will be introduced by pedophile Jimmy Savile. God, who hosted the show. You heard about that?
No. A lot of that shit going around these days.
Yeah, but a lot
of people defending it too.
I was going to say a lot of people defending it.
Not Revo.
No, certainly not Revo. He has over 300 alleged victims.
Jesus.
Wow, fuck that guy. And was friends with the royal family and Margaret Thatcher. It would have been nice if the BBC had fired him, the legal authorities had done something, if they had done something, or someone would have been there to warn these girls before a count of fucking 300 was reached. Sorry, he didn't put the word in there. I put that word. After his death in 2012, the BBC had internal fights over airing a documentary exposing this history. This doesn't have anything to do with Sweet, as they don't have any power over who is the host of the show. BBC TV and radio were the main platforms through which they could get their music exposed. And hell, they have the #1 song in the UK for the week. Show It Off. I mention this because British people in the chat may throw up seeing him as they should. Wow.
Yeah,
so he has a song that's called Show It Off, and he was a pedophile? Am I understanding that correctly?
Yeah, the dude was a pedophile, had hundreds of victims, and, you know.
And he made a song called Show It Off.
But this, so he's, the reason Revo mentioned is because we probably have people from the UK, they're going to be like, yo, fuck that guy. But that's why. So there we go. And, you know, listen. I don't give a fuck who you are or what community you represent. Anytime a kid is in danger from pedophilia, I'm going to call it out. And I don't give a fuck what the social consequences are.
Yeah, exactly.
And I'm not out to hurt anybody's feelings at all.
But we are out to protect the children.
At the end of the day, the kids are the victims here. If you're an adult, you're a grown man and you're a grown woman and you've made decisions, that's fine. Those are your decisions, but you're not a victim. Mm-hmm. But I'll be damned if I'll sit there quietly and let that shit go undealt with.
But listen, I'll say it now. I've said it a bunch before, and I'll continue to say it. I am never, ever going to be okay with people doing that, destroying the lives of children, because those kids have to deal with the implications of that the rest of their lives. However, I am a Christian, and I do believe that there is forgiveness in Jesus Christ. And I think that if you are in that situation where you have that particular vice, get help. Stop what you're doing and get help, and stop being the person that drives by the bar when you're a drunk. Get yourself out of situations where you know kids are going to be in danger because of you, and get the help that you need to protect these kids. And yes, you should be held responsible for your actions. And if you really are repentant and you really are wanting to change those ways, then you would face the consequences of your actions.
Yep. All right, here we go. This is Sweet.
The name of the song is Blockbuster.
Blockbuster. Thank you for the warning. There we go. We obviously do not endorse those people. Let's do it.
We don't endorse those actions.
This riff sounds really familiar.
I like it.
'70s, the bell bottoms, a little strut. Remember the strut the black people used to do?
gentlemen, welcome to Top of the Pops.
I'm sitting in the back porch on the northwest side of town. Pictured last night way up in the city where they shot my baby down. She could be diving.
It's like the top 30.
Oh yeah, he said to skip it to minute 2, I think.
Huh?
I think one of them he said to skip it to
Yeah,
minute 2.
he said, I think I had for them to skip to minute 2, but oh well. I think that's what he's saying. Okay, so we're going to skip to the 2-minute mark.
I
We're gonna
did see
skip
that
to
on
the
one of
two-
them, but I don't see it here.
I think it's about this one. It's about this
Okay.
song. So I guess we're skipping to the minute 2 mark. Here we go. All right, here we go.
Fantastic. Welcome back from Siberia, as it happens. Ladies and gentlemen, at number 29 in the charts, what do you think? It's the big city from Dandy, Livingstone. Right, make it now. That's the Top of the Pops choir, ladies and gentlemen. It's supposed to be a siren because the number 1 record this week is Horse Age, Sweet and Blockbuster. And how about that then?
All right, here we go.
You better beware. You better take care. You better watch out if you got long black hair. You come from behind. You go out of your mind. You better not go. You never know what you'll find. You look in his eyes. Don't be surprised if you don't know what's going on behind his disguise.
Holy shit.
Nobody knows where Buster goes. You steal your woman out from under your nose. Does anyone know the way? Do we hear someone say? We just haven't got a clue what to do. Does anyone know the way? There's got to be a way to Blockbuster. The cops are out. They're running about. Don't know if they'll ever be able to block Buster out. He's gotta be caught. He's gotta be taught. Cause he is more evil than anyone here ever thought. Does anyone know the way? Did we hear someone say? We just haven't got it. Does anyone know the way? There's got to be a way to Blockbuster. Someone say, we just haven't got a clue what to do. Does anyone know the way? There's got to be a way to Blockbuster.
Some record. I'll tell you that's some record. Very good. It deserves to be number 1, as it happens. So what about that? It's doing me no good, this job. Doing me no good at all. See you next week for another edition of Top of the Pops. Thank you.
I love seeing these kids. Everybody's just having fun.
Just amazing.
Huh?
It's like the basic way that they would dance.
Yeah, everybody had their own thing. They weren't trying to be, you know what I'm saying? And of course you had one sick motherfucker out there trying to
People said you could stop it.
I know I should stop it. I just wanted to see the kids dancing, having fun. Okay.
Wow.
Revo, come on, bro. You don't gotta explain yourself to us, bro. We know that you're completely against that bullshit, and you called it out. But it is what it is. The show is on the guy's show. What are we gonna do? We're not gonna blank out the guy's face. We all know what the guy is. You know what I'm saying?
I do have to say, he did have a creepy appearance.
Yeah, he looked weird as hell, man.
Yeah.
He looked weird as hell, that dude. You know? But, you know, people are who they are. But...
Wow. Okay.
It was just... First of all, Revo, what does blockbuster mean at that time period?
That's what I was going to ask, because we had blockbuster video later on, I guess.
Yeah, I don't know what the term blockbuster means. I think it means something, but...
Yeah, I'm sure it means something.
But, like...
Babe.
The lyrics to the song, though, were kind of like at a meta level.
Yes.
Almost like calling out the guy himself.
Yeah,
like, if
weird.
you actually looked at the lyrics...
It was weird.
It's like... Where did you see it?
Well, you better beware, you better take care, you better watch out if you got long black hair. He'll come from behind. You'll all go out of your mind. You better not go. You never know what you'll find.
Yeah. You look in his eyes,
right
don't be
there,
surprised
the
if you don't know what's going on behind his disguise. Nobody knows where Buster goes. He'll steal your woman out from under your nose. So, like, this is a guy who is, like, portrays himself one way, but then looks another way. And it is kind of like a sexual, like, predator almost.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously he's a sexual predator. Like, he's still your woman. You know, your woman won't know what happens. He'll come in from behind. Obviously, he's not talking about a pedo, but he is talking about some guy who is a sexual predator.
Mm-hmm. Right, because it doesn't say anything about being in a relationship with this girl. It's just, you happen to have long black hair, so you got to be careful.
Right.
Because
right.
He's got a plan.
Yeah. And the plan... And again, there's lots of ways to be a sexual predator. Like, it doesn't just mean, like... It obviously has a negative connotation, but, like... You know, a bunch of dudes go into a nightclub to find a girl just to you know, take advantage of her body. Yeah. I would say that's a form of sexual predation. It doesn't mean you broke the law, you know, but... So, this song is about a guy who's going to do that. He'll steal your girl, all types of shit.
Oh my God, that was such a stressful thought, because I never... Sometimes you say things just like in conversation that's just like on the fly, but I never considered that people would do something like that. And then it like literally makes me feel sick. Like the idea that a group of guys would go to the bar to take advantage of one girl. But you know that this happens to girls.
Well, it's not one girl. It's not like a bunch of dudes.
Well, it
like
does happen where a bunch
girl.
go after one. I mean, it's happened a bunch of times.
I mean, I haven't experienced that.
Well, they talk about it in those videos where the girls talk about the sexual assaults and stuff. They say...
Yeah, I'm not talking about the assaults. I'm just talking about dudes going to a club. We're going to find a girl, blah, blah, blah. There's no assault. It's all straight up above board. I still think that's a form of predation. It's still predatorial behavior. Because you're just going in there to get something. There's no mutuality involved. You don't care about the girl. You're just there to, you know, deal with a certain instinct that you have and then move on. To me, that's still a form of sexual predation.
Yeah, I think
even if you don't break the law, you can still be a sexual predator, in my view. Go ahead.
Yeah, I guess I was gonna say, like, well, you know, there are some girls that go because they're just looking for someone to kind of hang out with and be with that night too. But I think that it's better to just say it doesn't matter what the intentions of the other person is. Like, if you by definition have predatorial intentions, then you need to deal with your own intentions. If you're going there because you want to find somebody to have sex with, but you don't want to have any relationship with that person, and it's just going to use them and then move on with your life, then that is absolutely predatorial. Yeah.
And to Ian's point, girls...
It's the same for the girl too.
Girls
if
do
she's
that
doing
too.
the same thing. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, for sure.
Right.
Sure.
And I think that, like, yeah, I think that both genders have to be conscious of that and not trying to take advantage of other people, because that's obviously a problem.
Yeah, but that's kind of nightclub culture. Like that's kind of like the subcurrent in nightclub. At least it was when I was. I mean, like I said, you know, we were partying pretty hard with some pretty interesting people.
Mm-hmm.
Like, on the one hand, it's like the whole Vince Prude thing. Like, I understand that to a degree. But on the other hand, like, I've been in some really, like, crazy situations.
Yeah.
Because, you know, my people were all in 14th Street in Greenwich Village because obviously those are the only people that would accept us, you know, or wearing nail polish and all types of shit. Mm-hmm. You know, in the Bronx, New York, that wasn't really flying anywhere. Mm-hmm. But but the song itself is not as dark as the context it was placed in. Obviously, when you put this guy in there, the context is a lot more. It colors everything now because most 99% of us are looking at this. We're looking at these kids dancing in this really awkward way, or just offbeat and off rhythm, and we're like, everybody wants to see that. It's just cool because like that's one of the things that kills me about young people today is they've lost their innocence, man. Mm-hmm. Like, and I don't think people realize like how sad that is. Like, it's really, really sad that these kids are so familiar with sexuality that, you know, by the time they're like, it killed me. You know, it was in Middle America, it was another subject, and one of our youngest people was talking about how she gets these messages and whatever from dudes when they know that she's 15. They know she's underage, and they still do it. Like, and then people want you to be quiet if it, you know, if it's a certain group of people that are doing the pedophilia. I don't give a fuck, man. Like, we've collectively in this country, like, we've taken something from our younger generation.
Yeah.
We really, really have.
Yeah, and I think it's not just like what we've done with sexuality. I do think that the introduction of the internet and the ubiquity, like there's so much sexuality online that can, if a person is interested in, there's so much there. Like, the internet really becomes what you want. So if you want to learn about theories, there are so many theories out there. Right. If you want to see everything that there is to see for sexuality, you can see that. You can disgust yourself and ruin your mind with how bad things get as far as sexuality goes. Like, I every time that we hear from one of these girls that has gotten, you know, sucked into the industry by one way or the other, whether it's you know, an introduction through OnlyFans and then going on from there, or they believed that they were going to be a model, but then it ended up being that. Like, the trickery that goes on with these girls that gets them involved in this, or the fact that they're trying to leave their parents' home, but they don't have the money to, you know, it's just really sad. But yeah, the internet is really, but I think that you have that, and then you couple that with, you know, like TikTok. If you scroll through TikTok and you watch people, like, these are people that they've practiced these dance moves that they're going to do. Yeah. And then they put them out there and it's so badass, but we don't see the hours of practice that went into getting them to that point. Yeah. And so I think that because you're seeing, like, everybody's kind of like at like mini professional level as you're scrolling through TikTok, it can give you the understanding that that's the way, if you're going to dance, that's how you have to be able to dance. So like back in the day, like, you could see all these kids, they were offbeat. You know, I look at them and I'm like, I could dance with these people, you know? And
it was just about having fun, it looked like at that time.
It's not about how cool, I mean, maybe their moves were cool, but they were so basic, everybody could basically jump in on them.
Well, everybody had their own little thing. You didn't have to do exactly the same thing that everybody else were doing. Like, as long as you heard the music, you get. That's why I'm, like, glad that he showed the video, even with the guy, whatever he was. But, like, I don't even know if he's still alive, but, like, I'm glad he showed that video, because it's like, you get a snapshot of something that I'm very doubtful we're going to get back in this country. I'm very, very doubtful that we're going to get that kind of instance of letting kids be kids. Like, I think that that's like one of the Malthusian trade-offs that the internet gives us. It's like, that's something that's gone forever, man. And the problem is that you have adult forces, like, because I'll be like, holy shit, this is terrible, you're sexualizing a kid, and then you'll get some nice, you know, progressive whatever. Oh, like I don't think sexuality is bad, or you know, I think we should embrace sexuality. It's like, duh. Nobody thinks sexuality is bad, dum-dum. Just like we know that a car isn't bad.
Exactly.
We know cars are awesome, but
money's not bad either.
You put a 3-year-old behind the wheel of a car before they're ready for it. People die.
Right,
like
right.
ridiculous. But again, these are all crazy people that don't have children themselves, that have all these theories about what's good for kids and don't have a child themselves. So it's like, but like as far as the song goes, the song is really about like just a dude that's out to steal your girl. You know what I'm saying? And I guess the blockbuster thing is like he's gonna blow up your whole relationship because he's out to steal your girl.
Okay.
The cops are out, they're running about, don't know if they'll ever.
He's gonna be caught. He's gonna be taught.
Yeah, like we're gonna find you
because he's more evil than anyone here ever thought.
Yeah, but like it's funny because it's like that's like the epitome of evil in the bro code, man. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, so you there's it's interesting because like even down to like we go to a club where you see a girl and your girl will show up and be like, yo, that's me. That's what people used to say, yo, that's me. So like if your man called the girl, then you can kind of like back off on her or whatever. But there was one time with homegirl, Jose was like, that's me. I was like, nah, bro. I said, nah. It was one of those, well, fine, let the best man win situations.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, well.
Because we both kind of found her at the same time. You know what I'm saying? So we did that because like the ultimate sort of like loss of respect of your manhood at the time for us was getting into a fight over a girl. Like if you got into a fight over a girl, like that was it. Like, oh my God, dude, like you fought over a girl. So we created all these things so that we wouldn't have to, you know, so like, oh, that's me. Like, okay. But with that particular person, obviously, like
everybody wanted to claim.
We made an exception for her. It says, let the best man win, you know? So, hey, shout out to Jose. But, you know, shout out to Jose. I'm bald. I don't have to worry about my hair being used in spells. That's funny. Okay. Does anybody know the way? Did we hear someone say we just haven't got...
Yeah, it's Amy.
What happened? Yeah. That's true. That's true. And sometimes it's a mixture of both. Sometimes it's a mixture of both. That's what I'm saying. Like it depends on how you were socialized and the messages you got from the people that are influencing you. I know that when I first got into high school, I was more on the oh my God, this girl's beautiful blue type of thing. And then the more I got into high school, the more experiences I had, I got more to the, oh, I'm going to use this person type of thing. Like me personally, that's because I started out with, you know, it was my single mom that pretty much raised us. God bless her. But this is one of those things where it's like, I needed a dude. Like when I got to high school, and I came of age and I started having certain experiences, like I needed a dude to come alongside and say, okay, this is how you handle this. Yup, even if she's throwing herself at you, this is how you handle X, Y, Z. You know, I had, you know, me give my heart to a woman, not for nothing, never happened. And I'm not making excuses for myself because there were still dudes. Like, for example, my best friend never got to that point ever. And he never had, to my knowledge, any Christian or even moral, his just thing was relationship related. So that was his thing. He was relationships, and then they break up with him. He'd cry. Oh, he had a horrible upbringing. But his way of dealing with his pain, I think, was that he thought a relationship was going to save him from that emotional duress. Whereas with me, I think it was more of like, the more beautiful a girl is that will do XYZ thing with you, then it can heal some sort of whatever. But I wasn't trying to have a relationship with her because I didn't trust women at the same time. You see what I'm saying? So it was.
What do you think the reason? Well, maybe it's not a question for now. But why beauty? Why would that?
Oh well, because they were harder to attain. So like you get somebody that everybody can get. That doesn't say any commentary about you. But if you can get somebody that's unattainable, then it does.
So the unattainable. Well. I guess, how does that correlate with healing? The unattainable.
Well, because then it validates, like, oh, there's something special about you because this unattainable person is willing to XYZ, whatever with you. So
yeah.
If I look back at my high school self, that's as close as I could come to the analysis. But
yeah.
So I was more of I was more on the, you know, especially when I got older. As you get older, it's this weird thing where, like, the more experiences you have with a girl and the quicker she does that, then the less valuable she is to you, the quicker she does it. So, but then on the other side for her, it was like, well, this guy's not going to talk to,
he's going to leave.
He's going to go to somebody else because you're talking to, you know. So it was just the way the game was set up was completely
rigged to fail on both sides.
Rigged to fail for both of them. Well, but again, like if I had the only conversation, shout out to my stepdad. But the only conversation I ever had about girls and school and sexuality was, he just said, just make sure you don't get anybody pregnant. That's the big thing. Don't get anybody pregnant. And he walked out the room, and that was the sum total of those conversations that I had. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, it just is what it is. Shout out to Middle Earth. But yeah, it just looks.
I think by the time he caught wind of it, I think that it's hard enough to, because you were a stepkid. It's hard enough to have that conversation, and then even more so, like, at the point that it was at. It's not like, it's most times by the time the parent realizes that, wait, we should probably be talking about this, the kid's already been doing it.
Yeah, I just think that my mom ran such a tight ship, and honestly, my older brother, like, because I went to school with my older brother, like, he just didn't, he wasn't running around with girls, he wasn't running around with weapons, my mom just thought that everybody was going to be like my brother. You know what I'm saying? And so my younger brother, he was running around with a lot of girls too.
Dwayne.
Vin didn't take it as advice. How many? I didn't even get that connection. I didn't even get that connection till now. But yeah, like that. There was no real like conversation on like the emotional ramifications to the girl. There was definitely no conversations about the emotional ramifications to me. Like,
yeah, I think that
to be honest with you, I wouldn't have listened if he would have said like, yeah, this is gonna fuck with you at, you know, psychologically after. I would have been like, yeah, right. But if he would have said like, this is gonna hurt the girl and, you know, your mom and all this, like, think about, you know, that girl is just a younger version of your mom. Like, if he would have said that to me, like, it would have changed things for me. But like, I'm not blaming him. Like, I made my own decisions, and in my view, I was a pretty mature, self-aware kid at 14, 15 years old. You know, so I made those decisions. So I'm not blaming anybody.
You were. I do remember you saying at one of the times when you were talking about it, that you were confused at how like, because, you know, after you're with someone, then you don't want to be around the person, and then they're confused. It was like a really confusing time because you were like a teenager, not understand, because you didn't understand how it emotionally affects the girl.
Yeah.
You were like, what do you mean? We never, you know what I mean? Like, so I think that's interesting, because if he would have had that conversation, it would have given some perspective, because you were confused.
I was very confused, you know, like, especially like they acted so liberal about it, and then when like you didn't want to talk to them anymore, then they got really, you know, crazy, and people hitting you, all types of shit, and I didn't understand. I'm like, yo, did she just hit me? Like, what the fuck is going on? Like, she was acting all cool. Like, what? I didn't know that she was playing a role because she was, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's the situation that she were where I didn't.
Yeah.
You know, I didn't know at the time, but
yeah, wow.
You know, and then it made me more angry. Like, what the fuck? And then it just made me worse the next time around. So it was just a crazy situation.
And probably your reaction where you were like, what the fuck? She was probably like, and look at him after everything. And then, you know what I mean? Like, how dare you react like that?
Yeah,
sorry
her
or something?
and a little crew of friends, especially Latina girls, forget it, man. They always run around in packs and shit. They'd always like give you the screw face and shit. It's like a year later. I'm like, what the fuck? Like, yeah, so we had no idea. We had no idea what we were doing at all. We had no clue. We had no, you know, it was just, you know, insane. But I mean, I wouldn't say it's sad. I mean, we all got over it, I guess, but.
Well, you don't know that. I mean, sure, the girls still have things that impact them through it, and it probably impacts you in ways you don't even realize. If you're saying you're over it, I mean.
Yeah, I think I'm over it. I mean, I wasn't the victim in the situation. you know what I'm saying? Like I wasn't victimized in that situation. So yeah, I think
I didn't say you were a victim, but you don't. I mean, I don't know. Maybe you're completely healed of the situation, but I mean, you still have the implications of those actions toward other people. I didn't know that you were like. I remember at one point, like you were like, you felt bad, like you wish that you could go back and like reverse stuff or fix stuff or do something, but there's not really anything that could be done. So I'm just saying there are long-term effects for both parties, whether or not you're the victim. If you're a person that's at all sensitive and you recognize what like your decisions impacted people. I mean, in like, you know, if at the time you were 15 or 16 years old, like I find that stuff is, now that we have teenagers at that age, I look at things differently because I'm like, oh my gosh, wait, that's how old we were?
Yeah.
Because I felt so grown up when I was 15.
It's crazy.
I felt so grown up when I was 16. And now I'm like, wait, what?
Yeah, it is crazy. Like, looking, now that, you know, I've got kids that are, I was well beyond all that shit.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. Like, obviously, you're 15, 16 years old. Like, those actions happened with other 15 and 16-year-old kids, really. Or whatever. You know what I'm saying? So, like, the effect that has on them, the effect that it has on you, you know, it's not something that just kind of goes away. But, yeah. Yeah, but... Or maybe it's... I mean, I don't... I'm talking about something that I don't... I'm just going by what I've... you know, seen and heard from you. Like maybe you're in a different place with it now.
The only way it affects me is that when I look at like the things my sister's gone through, or I think about Delaney, you know, and how I'm like,
Delaney, that's even 50 times worse because it's not somebody her own age. It's older men that should fucking know better.
Yeah, I'm not talking about those people because I feel pretty good about her being able to resist those situations.
Yeah,
I'm just saying,
yeah.
Like, I hope she doesn't run into somebody like me. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. That, like, back then me.
Right, exactly.
Like, I'd want her to run into somebody like now,
and
where
now
it's like
Dorian's
thinking about getting married and he's been talking about his wife for like the last 4 years or whatever. Obviously, he's not ready yet, but like his mindset is like, I want to get married. Same thing with Johan. Like, I want, you know, like that girl that he met at Subway. Like, he's like, well, I'm not gonna really mess with her because I'm not gonna marry her. So what's the point of dating her or whatever? Like, that was his own decision. Like,
he's such an unbelievable.
That was his conclusion. But like,
I don't know if he'll always walk in that kind of wisdom, but I appreciate it now.
Yeah, so you know that's when we get to Florida, I don't.
You know what I mean? Like,
culture is a little bit different.
There she goes. I'm not sure if he can resist. I'm not sure.
Yeah, so that's the thing. It's like it you know, like those are the only times I'm like, you know, where it's like, fuck, man, like young people, and they're, but at the same time, like they're a lot more sophisticated, unfortunately, on that topic than, you know, than we were, you know, which is, I don't know, could be good or bad, depending.
It depends on what they do with it. It depends on, you know, everybody is responsible for the information that they're given. Like, if you're given information and you completely dispense of it, I mean, like I was telling our daughters, I'm like, literally, ChatGPT is free.
Right.
For now, it's free for everybody. Like, I'll literally go in there if I'm feeling like, let's just say I'm dealing with extreme anger. I haven't looked this up, but let's say I'm dealing with extreme anger. And you can, like, go into ChatGPT and be like, what are the steps to dealing with my anger in dwindling it on a day-to-day basis? And it's going to give you a list of what you can do practically to do that. And then I take it a step further and I say, now I want you to prove all of those points using the Bible. And it'll prove all those points. You can get a little sermon, you can read the whole thing out. Like, there's so many things available to kids now. Like, the advice, I remember being a teenager and knowing the only place that you could get advice was from the adults in your life. And you're shit out of luck if they don't have the advice for you. I went up to a pastor one time, me and my friend, and we were asking questions about sexuality, like, what's this, what's that? And he, like, bolted. He ran. He didn't even answer. As soon as he realized the nature of the question was about sexuality, like, I don't know, he was gone. Man never answered the question. He bolted. So, like, we could have looked that up online. We could have gotten some answers. We could have emailed some other pastor that wouldn't have been so scared of our appearance or whatever. You know, like, there's a lot available to teenagers now if they just, you know, look stuff up that way. They can find it. But again, it really depends on what you're searching for. There's so many things that you
That's the thing.
You can waste all your time looking at all the things that don't help you as a person, that just degrade you as a human being. Or you can look at things that encourage your humanity. Like, for me, like, I like seeing stuff. Oh, speaking of which, patrons, I put up a post on Patreon, so you guys can check that out. We've helped out 2 other moms this month. One of them, we're helping her get housing while she has her baby, so she doesn't have to be separated from her baby, because she was going to have to put the baby in an orphanage or something. But anyway, check the links on Patreon. You'll be able to check out more of the information and see the stuff that we bought. So thank you to all of our patrons. It was really fun for me to be able to go in there and click it. I'm sorry you guys weren't the ones to be able to click it and send the donation, but you did click it when you joined Patreon, so thank you.
What do you get this song?
This is kind of like a weird one to rate. Like, it had like a good beat to it and stuff, but at the same time, like, I was like a little bit sideways because of the guy and the information, you know what I'm saying? But then seeing the kids, that made me happy, like them dancing and stuff, so 9.1.
This is 9.3 for me. I had similar issues, but then I'm like, you know what? I'm not going to lose the moment because this guy's a fucking weirdo. So I already dealt with that in myself, but 9.3. I like the song. I like the cadence of the song. Mm-hmm. It was pretty catchy, and I loved the harmonies in the song too. Like, we didn't get to talk a lot about the song itself, but the way they harmonized and
yeah.
That sounded like recorded. You know, a lot of times I hear that shit, I'm like, yo, I want to hear that live. Like, that sounded like a recording. Like, those people just had a higher level of talent, man, at the time. Just a lot higher. Now, like, you can get famous by putting shit out on SoundCloud, for God's sake. And I'm not mad at it. I'm not hating it. It's okay. But it just seems like the quality of, like, artists back then was a lot higher, because the gateway to entry was a lot more difficult.
The bar was
9.3, dear listener. 9.3. What did you give it?
9.1 for me.
We have more of 1973 on the way. This is 1973. This is part 1, right?
Yep, part 1.
Part 1. We got another song coming for you from who?
Up next is going to be Gary Glitter.
Gary Glitter, dear listener.
The name of the song is Do You Want to Touch Me?
I'm Ben.
I'm sorry.
If you would like to get your song reviewed, dear listener, there's the Filthy Capitalist option. As Sorry says, 125 gets you straight to the head of the line. You don't have to be a part of the alliance. You don't have to be part of the group.
Wait a minute.
And the biggest thing is you don't have to wait. You hop, skip, and jump right in front of everybody. 125 gets you there. You do that 3 times, and you get mashed down to the $75 rate for perpetuity.
Yes!
Also, there is a band review option. So if you've got a band and you're trying to get your band some exposure, hit me up at itsorry@gmail.com, and I'll show you the details about how to pull that off.
You can also jump on Patreon, and there is a option on the tiers to be able to get your band reviewed. Yep. Obviously, we can't lie to you, so we can't guarantee a positive review. Get what you get.
It's just rubbish.
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 That's British for garbage.
My favorite is a community option. $1 at the gate gets you in at Patreon. You get to join an alliance. The alliance joins their points together, and that helps determine what songs that we do.
The alliances hang out on Discord.
Message me on Patreon to get the link.
And they do all kinds of other cool things. They do Minecraft, Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah. It's really a community within the community. Anybody can go in the village, facebook.com/BenandSorry. There's 160,000+ people on the channel. What's cool about the Discord is that it offers a real opportunity for community connection, friendship, that type of thing.
And it's on Discord, so if you're not a Facebook person, it's for you.
You start off at $1.
Right.
Plus you get exclusives. Sorry and I are working on a song. So the first 15 seconds of that was on Patreon. Also, at $15 here and above, when we actually debut the video, they're going to be there live with us. There you are, dear listener.
Buy our merch.
Buy our merch indeed. A child shall lead them.
To buy our merch.
Yes, dear listener. Yes, dear listener. Yes, dear listener.
Okay. This is the comment from DJ REVO. If those Brits don't throw up at seeing Seville, then they will with pedophile Gary Glitter and the song he wrote, Do You Want to Touch Me? One of his early accusations of pedophilia is him molesting his daughter's 8-year-old friend in the mid-70s.
What the fuck is going on?
In 1997, a collection of hardcore torture, child porn, was found on his laptop, with the youngest being a 2-year-old. He serves in prison to this day where he belongs. Shame they didn't put him there in the 70s. He was close with BBC host Seville, who publicly defended Glitter when legal trouble hit Glitter. Oh, Seville, the other pedophile, was defending him? Is that what happened? Did I get that right, Revo?
I don't know. There's a lot of that shit going around these days.
Yeah,
though,
if you
folks
didn't throw
defending
Seville.
pedophiles.
Jeez.
A lot of that shit going around these days.
The song was released by Bell Records, which was mostly a run-of-the-mill pop record company. Bell Records was owned by Columbia Pictures, which disbanded the label and gave their artist to Clive Davis after he lost his job due to the misuse of funds at Columbia Records to form Arista Records with Bell Records rosters. You've probably heard this song or one of his others at sports games growing up. He is deservingly canceled. But I have him here for historical purposes because I don't want to whitewash the past, the media and people in power, and to cover up for people like this or be indifferent. They silenced victims rather than spoke up and fight for victims. I also want to stress that just because he is of the same genre as glam rock doesn't mean all glam rockers are like him. Mark E. Smith of the punk band The Fall said, "I was really into Gary Glitter and I used to get badmouthed for it. It was like, you've got to be into David Bowie. Or, yes, Gary Glitter's just tripe. And I was going, he's fucking great. Smith's friends had good taste, and it wasn't based on glam because they liked Bowie. Probably just picked up some bad vibes from his music." Wow, that's crazy.
All right.
Well,
here's Gary Glitter.
Let's listen to Gary Glitter.
Holy shit, Revo. But see, we don't know any of these people, so...
Yeah, that must have been hard to, like, love the artist, and then all of a sudden it, like, comes out that they've been doing this. I mean, this is horrific. This guy?
I'll tell you what.
Computer?
I'll tell you this. In about 10 years, I guarantee you that a lot of folks in the media are going to get outed as child touchers for sure. And then we're going to see who has priority in this country. We're going to see. Because we got I don't give a fuck. We got an entire movement of motherfuckers wanting to be around children when their parents aren't present.
Nope. No way.
And they're hiding behind a certain community, but I don't give a fuck.
Neither do I.
If you want to be around kids when their parents aren't there and you're you're showing up there in your fucking multicolored pants with your dick print and all types of shit, and we see on Twitter that you're joking around, you're joking about pedophilia on Twitter. Hell no, I don't want you around kids. You shouldn't be around kids. You should be investigating.
We're not going to make an exception for you because you have other things going on. That's not going to happen. These kids need to be protected, and you shouldn't be anywhere near them in that condition.
Yep.
Push your dick away, please.
Yep. So if you make a habit of, first of all, thank you. If you're gonna out yourself on Twitter as a fucking pedophile or a pedophile adjacent individual, and then you want to show up to little kids and read storybooks to them, and you're fucking tidy. This is a true story, by the way. And no, I'm not going to defend you.
We're making something up.
No, I'm not going to defend you. And no, I don't give a fuck what sort of emotional manipulation you or the people in your community and your defenders want to use to fucking defend you. I don't care.
Nope.
I don't care. Because in 10 years, I'm not going to be the one going, oops.
Yep.
We continue. Here we go.
And anybody that doesn't speak out against this right now this is going on right now. And if you're not vocal about it right now, then the blood of those children is also on you. You have to speak out against it. You can't just silently sit back and say, well, I'm not doing it. And if I saw it happening, I would say something. We are in a social media world.
Yeah, so fuck this guy.
People are posting stuff socially.
Fuck R. Kelly. Fuck all of them.
All of them. All of them.
I'm against the death penalty.
Leave the kids alone.
I'm against the death penalty.
So am I.
But if somebody wants to wheel it out for those folks...
Leave the kids alone.
Here we go. Okay.
Wow,
so let's at the time that this was written and popularized, whatever, nobody knew what the fuck this dude was. Okay? So if you'd heard this song, it'd be just a regular party song, whatever. So obviously we're gonna talk about the I mean, I'm not gonna edit the review on your side, but I do want to say, as far as it just being a regular party song, I could see how this would have been a big song in 1973. See what I'm saying?
Yep.
We've been here too long, trying to get along.
Yeah, because most regular people are not going to assume that somebody is a pedophile and that when they're singing these things that they're talking about children. But yeah, I can see how if it was just like, you know, this is a guy, a girl situation. Although I do think it was a little bit weird when he said every growing boy needs a little toy. And that's a little weird.
Yeah, pretending that you're shy. It's like
okay, let me speak. Let me fucking speak. This is something that happens all the time to young girls because they are actually shy. They are actually uncomfortable with the engagements. You'll see it, you know, if you need an example, a visual one, just look up Biden and you'll see him anytime he's with little girls that they're very uncomfortable. You can see that. They're not pretending to be shy. They're actually uncomfortable. And for some reason, this game was created where if you look at Pepe Le Pew, that skunk, the cartoons, she doesn't want anything to do with him. She's shy, she's uncomfortable, and he's foisting himself upon her. He's stalking her. Like, these are the cartoons that were normalized to us as kids. So when you see that, it's like I remember as a kid being uncomfortable with some of the engagements of the people around me. And I do remember somebody pulling me toward them and telling me that I was their doll. So these things that are said like that's normalized to kids. And especially back then, I don't know what it's like now, but I know back then people couldn't say anything. You couldn't say, I don't like this, I'm uncomfortable with this shouldn't be happening. Like, a child was essentially seen and not heard. Not our kids. Like, they're open to telling us what's going on. Of course, we homeschool and stuff, but still, like...
I mean, that's the reason why I ask my kids if I can give them a hug and a kiss.
Mm-hmm.
Like... my
I mean, you saw it on camera. They said no to both of us. They were like, nope. We're like, okay, good night, little ones.
Yeah, and obviously, like, I don't think if I randomly went to, because I still do it at times. Like, I still randomly you'll go hug your kids, and I don't think I'm traumatizing them for that.
Yeah.
But my issue is, I want them knowing as early as possible, nobody has a right to your body.
Mm-hmm.
I don't care if you're a boy. I don't care if you're a girl. I don't care if it's your own father. I don't care if it's your mother.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody has a right to be touching on your body or public displays of affection, all those things. Like, that's why I do. That's why we've done. I remember the first time we had that conversation where you were talking about, you know, some weird situations, you know, and I'm like, well, why does she have to hug so-and-so? Like, where is it in the Bible that you have to, you're obligated to hug your family members and all that? It doesn't say that anywhere.
When you introduced the concept to me, because we didn't have that. You had to hug everybody growing up, and then you became a teenager, and teenage guys want to hug you.
Oh yeah.
And then your parents are like, you tell them no. It's like, well, where am I gonna? From whence am I gonna get that strength from to tell this person no? Because I didn't want to hug my uncle or whatever, but I actually am interested in hugging this guy. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Like, how's that going to work? So, of course, you know, what a mess. What a mess. But I am really having a hard time to separate this song from...
Well, it's impossible to a degree. And again, considering the world we're in right now, you got people defending these folks. You got folks out here defending these fucking pedo adjacent fucking sick motherfuckers.
It is just showing the absolute selfishness of a particular group of people. And in my opinion, the narcissism, the focusing on yourself and not seeing and hearing from anybody else around you that is in a situation where they're actually the victim. See, the thing is, I think that group of people has been the victim in a lot of situations because they have been hated by society. They have been treated certain ways. We know that. That's why we speak out against that. But at the same time, we will not put our children on a serving platter for your peccadillos because you won't keep that wrapped up somewhere else.
And you won't call those people out in your own
Call
community.
them out. Call them out.
That's the thing.
Look, we sit here and we talk about the church and we talk about the pedophilia that has gone on by the priests, by the pastors, by any church. We talk about the crusades. That's our people. That's our folks. And we're going to say that that's wrong.
We self-critique. But
We've been doing that.
You got a group of folks now that refuse to self-critique. And they're now like bending over backwards to justify these fucking weirdos hanging around our
But
kids.
if defending you means that we have to leave our children unprotected, I'm not doing that.
Yeah, fuck you and everybody.
I'm not doing that.
Yeah, fuck you and everybody you're with. I don't care. I honestly don't care. I've been the same person from the beginning.
Yep.
I'm always gonna go for the underdog.
Yep.
And kids in this society are the underdog, especially little girl children. Girl children now, that's what we used to call them. Boy children, girl children. Mm-hmm. Like, in Jamaica, we had kids 4 or 5 years old running around naked without clothes on. Mm-hmm. The difference is, if you showed any inclination, I'm not saying it's good. I'm saying that we probably need to go to get a little bit more to the middle. But in Jamaica, if you showed inclinations toward that shit, R.I.P., bro. You gonna die, bro. Mm-hmm. You don't... There is no, like, uncle. You know, like in America, like everybody's got an uncle. There is no uncle like that in Jamaica. That motherfucker's in the ground, bro. We'll kill you. We'll kill you. So I'm not saying it's right. I'm just saying, like, this shit in this side of the world is it's just like everybody expects to have the weirdo. And then when I moved up here from New York to up here,
Maine's a whole nother.
It's
fucking world.
I was shocked, like, because when I was in New York, like, I never met one of those folks. I must have, just statistically speaking, but you just kept that shit under wraps, because in the ghetto, Like, if there's a problem, people aren't calling the police. You see what I'm saying?
Not here.
But up
Mad
here,
people are hiding uncles.
Up here, you got dudes that are just, like, walking around and, like, completely comfortable with this shit. Like, okay.
I mean, we told the guy, we have kids here. Don't come back to this location. We'll meet you somewhere else. He didn't care. He showed right back up there. Telling the little girls how much he liked their dresses. Get the fuck out of here.
Who was that?
When we found out that guy was a pedophile and he was coming around the kids.
Oh,
and
yeah,
we said, you gotta go. You can't be here with these kids. You gotta go.
Yeah.
And it wasn't, like I said, it wasn't like I would have felt bad for him if he was there because he wanted to just learn. He showed up to learn and he left right away, like he separated himself. He was not. Before I found out he was a pedophile, he was going up to all the little girls telling them how much he loved their dresses, how beautiful they were. I felt uncomfortable with the guy. But I automatically, like, for me, men are at a -10 right to begin with. You got to prove that you're not a -10. That's just the way it is.
Yeah, I understand.
Especially around my kids. You're going to have to prove that shit forever. Forever. So anyway, he came in doing all that stuff. I said, what is going on with this guy? And so I said something to you. It was at that wedding. And then, sure enough, come out. You guys ended up finding out that he was on the registry, blah, blah, blah. So we told him, you can't come back here. We'll meet you somewhere else. He didn't want that. He wanted to be where those kids were. Yeah. And he made that evidently clear by going to another location where he could get alone with a kid.
Yeah.
We're not giving you access. And that was a church that gave him access. We're not doing that.
After I jammed that dude up, everybody was calling, you're judgmental. You remember that? You're Vince judgmental, blah, blah, blah. He doesn't love the gospel. And then the other non-judgmental church took him in, and then, a month later, they caught him in the library with a 6-year-old.
But you see how the kid had to pay the price for that? Because whatever he did or didn't do, he still got alone with her. I'm sure that little girl was shy. She was scared, probably.
Yeah, I agree with Amy. Like, I do think that the parental hug thing where you can show them pure energy, this is the vibe. Like, this is the pure energy of like, this is what pure affection feels like. I do think that that's important for them to get, and they do.
They do. I mean,
they do.
I am definitely on board with, hey, are you good with a hug? Like, for instance, sometimes I can see that they're angry about something, and I ask them, hey, can I hug you? In a situation like that. But there are times where they're just being cute, and I just grab them, and I'm, like, hugging on them and stuff, and they're hugging back. But the minute, like, there are some times where I'll grab onto... Ray's has done it once before too, or Orion. If I just grab onto him and I start hugging him, they say, no, don't hug me. Okay. There's no fight for me or whatever. That's okay. And we'll go on to do something else fun. We don't have to do hugging, because I do want to make sure that they have that. At the same time, I agree with you, Amy. I think that just like mom just coming up and not asking permission, like asking permission kind of is, it like creates a sort of a distance, but I do think it's an important like thing. So me and you maybe ask them every time. I don't. I ask them some of the times when I'm kind of not sure. And then the other times, I'll just hug them. And if they say, hi, I don't want to do that, I say, that's okay. We don't have to hug. Let's play something else. So, for me, they're getting both of that. I'm sure you probably do that too. I mean, I don't know for sure what you're doing. I do see you ask them if they want hugs. But I absolutely want them to know. And they do. Like, they have an understanding of their own selves. Like, for instance, they'll tell me, don't hug me. Okay.
Yeah,
I'm glad. I'm glad you're saying that.
I agree. I mean, they get a lot of affection, and it's not. We don't do it every single time. Like, can I hug you? That type of thing. But for the most part, I do. Mm-hmm. For the most part, especially like if they're in conflict with us or whatever. Because I remember being young, and then me and my mom getting a disagreement or something, and then she would just impose herself on me, and I'm like,
I wanted my parents to impose themselves.
But again, that's different. Like,
yep.
You see what I'm saying? So I remember that, and I'm like, yeah, you're just doing this because I'm mad at you, but there's nothing I can do. You know what I'm saying? So especially if they're mad, like.
See, for me, I was like, I know that you're mad at me. I wanted my parents to hug me after something like that, to tell me, okay, we had this situation, but everything's still okay. Like, we at the core are good. Mm-hmm. So I wanted that. So I try to give that to them. I say, if there's something, I'll say, all right.
And it works with you. Like, it's a good balance, but it's hard. Like, the song is like, what happens at a club? You're trying to get the girl, blah, blah, blah. He does talking about the whiskey and the rye, which is kind of like uncomfortable. Like, you shouldn't have to get the girl, inebriated. But like, I'm trying to say, like, the song in itself in isolation is it's a good club song. The guy who did it is obviously an evil motherfucker who deserves his throat cut. But like the song itself is still a song in itself. It's still, you know, community property to some degree. Like if Gandhi made a song, listening to it doesn't turn you into Gandhi. Listening to the song doesn't turn you into a good person. I mean, hell, I mean, considering all the rumors that happen around rappers and things like that, and the metal and all the people that we love, a lot of these guys like Aerosmith and all these people having relationships with 14-year-old girls. Ben talked about one time, what's his face? A dude from Chili Peppers had a song about a 14-year-old group or something like that. Jimmy Page had a relationship with a 13-year-old girl at one point. So, like, I want us to be consistent here because there's some people, and something needs to be talked about. This guy is not very popular, not very loved, so everybody's like fine with like cutting this guy's throat and all that. But Jimmy Page has had, but again, like this guy, it was extreme. I mean, you got videos of a 2-year-old. I mean, that's fucking crazy.
And it was torture porn.
Yeah, like, you know, that's like an extreme side of it. But then you've got guys like Jimmy Page and all these other guys who've been around little girls too, and it's like, what's the algorithm that decides like this guy will look the other way, but this guy will crucify him? Like, you see what I'm saying? Like,
yeah, I hear what you're saying.
Why is everybody like that? That's a question I think that's got to get asked. Like,
yeah, because R. Kelly went on and on and on and on.
And that's the other thing is like that. Aaliyah,
Also, I heard
I'm pretty
one
sure
song
a song.
I wanted to listen to more, but I would not because he wasn't even incarcerated or anything for all of his stuff, and he still had girls.
Well, R. Kelly, and here's the thing, in our community, this was always a thing. This is not a new thing. Like, R. Kelly always had question marks around him because he was with Aaliyah. Aaliyah was like 15, 16 at the time, and they did a song called Age Ain't Nothing But a Number.
Yeah.
Age ain't nothing but a number, and a number ain't nothing but a thing. And the thing that I got for you, boy. I think that's the name of the song. And it was like a giant song. I'm pretty sure everybody was like, yo.
But that's kind of what they were trying to communicate in that post.
Everybody was like, yo. Yeah, exactly. That whole age, love has no age. Age is nothing but a number. That's a fucking pedo fucking rallying cry.
It has a number.
But like, so like, yeah, you got to hold the community accountable because like all of us, I mean, I was a kid when that shit was happening, but I was like, yo, because my brother I was like, yo, what's going on? And he was explaining to me, and I was like, I don't know, bro. He's like, but at the time, I was a kid. Aaliyah was still an adult to me because she was on TV and all that shit. Like, I didn't understand the implications of this is 15 years old. I didn't understand that. I didn't understand that. So
yeah, I can see that. That makes sense.
Yeah. So when the whole thing came out, like none of us were surprised. And you saw, like, nobody in the community was like, oh, no, he's innocent. Like, everybody was like, oh, well, yeah. But it's like, well, then what were we doing before? Like, make up your mind. Like, that's the thing. Like, that's my only thing where, like, we got to be consistent about this shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, this guy was on the extreme end of it. I mean, it's the worst thing I've ever heard. But
God.
Elvis, Lemmy, all these people are beloved.
Michael Jackson.
Michael Jackson hasn't been definitively proven. These are people that made songs about these teenagers. That's the difference. Like, all these people have made songs about the shit that they're doing. That's what I'm saying. Like, they're so out and comfortable about it.
Yeah, and even the way he says it, like, it sounds like you're a kid. Do you want to touch?
Yeah. I don't even want to. Yeah, no, I agree. It
doesn't even sound like something that two adults would say to each other.
Yeah, adults wouldn't. Yeah, no, I agree. I'm just saying, like, it's an issue with artists, and it's something that is like, I agree. I mean, I think Michael Jackson's a different story.
But I saw that documentary, and that's why I'm not like when the
documentary
person, like,
where the people made statements when he was dead and couldn't defend himself.
And then the what do you call that? The lady, the housekeeper, also said she kept finding him in bed with the underwear off and stuff like that.
Again, these are all statements that all these people are making after he was dead and couldn't defend himself. These accusations are 20, sometimes 30 years old. We didn't hear about this shit until after he was dead. The specific, whatever. So for me, Michael Jackson's a different category. What I'm talking about is people that made music about this shit. That's my thing. Like, you made songs about it.
That's a whole nother level. That
Like,
means you've been getting away with so much
that's
that
what
you
I'm
thought you
saying.
could make a song about it and put it out
That's
there.
what I'm saying. Like that. You know, R. Kelly, he was just out with it.
Yeah.
And he was just so talented, he basically dared the community to do anything about it. And, you know, if, you know, again, criminal charges all dropped from Michael Jackson. Michael Jackson's different for me because he was at least denying it. These people are not even denying it. That's the thing. Like, my thing is, they're so comfortable being around kids and doing this shit around kids that they're not denying. That's why I said, you got some of these motherfuckers on Twitter now coming out in the open and doing this shit. So my thing is, like, fuck this guy, but I'm still gonna, like, it's still valid to listen to this guy's music, enjoy this guy's music. Like, putting all of his music in a vault, I don't think is consistent, and it's not even morally consistent. Because we'd have to shut down a lot of the classic rock in this channel if that were the case. Like, let's just be real. So we have to find a way to bifurcate between...
I don't know. This was extreme. Kid porn at 2 years old, torture porn. That
Okay,
to me
but
is another
you've got
level.
your
I'll
daughter.
never listen to
Your
this guy's
daughter
stuff
just
again.
turned 13. So if somebody made a song, made an entire fucking song about his escapades with her at 13, I'd want to murder that guy. So
Yeah.
so fuck those parents. Like, the guys made songs about her, Jimmy. This dude was a lot more extreme than the other people, but they're all in the same category to me. Like, I would be if I woke up and and our 13-year-old daughter disappeared and we didn't see her for fucking 4 months, and then she comes back and has all this experience with some rock star, and then he makes music about her and makes extra millions of dollars off of I mean, it's the same thing. I mean, again, it's the same category of offense. So, I'm sorry, man, but that right there, to me, like, we have to find a way to say, hey, listen, we've reviewed people and we've celebrated people. Jimmy Page, Red Hot Chili Peppers, we've done all of these. Lemmy, all these guys have done shit with underage girls and get celebrated for it. So where is the line?
They get celebrated regardless, or they get celebrated for it. You said for it.
Regardless. My point is, people look the other way. Like, what's the logical consistency between him and Jimmy Page, for example? Like, okay, like, it was extreme and it was horrible, but
well,
I mean, Jerry Lee Lewis married his 14-year-old cousin. He was a grown-ass man. He married a 14-year-old girl. Like, I mean, this shit is... So my point is, you have to make a dichotomy between the song itself and the person singing the song. Like, you can't say, nobody can know... You can't be a mortal person and enjoy this song anymore. The song is about meeting a girl in the club, blah, 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 blah. This guy's a sick motherfucker, for sure. But I don't think that you can... There's a sense in which once the music goes out, it becomes community property at that point. You can't take the music from the community because this guy is a pedophile. Like, I don't see how that works, because then you'd have to do that with everything. Go ahead. What were you saying?
Yeah, I guess. Yeah. I guess I could never enjoy this guy's music.
I agree.
And then, like I said, I didn't know who R. Kelly was until I saw the documentary. Literally didn't know who he was until I saw the documentary. So when I saw the documentary, that's when I got introduced to his music, and I was like, wow, I really like this guy's music. But I won't listen to it because of what he's done. But is that necessarily consistent? I mean, like, I don't think that people should murder each other either. And David murdered a lot of people, and I still read the Psalms. But at the same time, I don't know. Whatever. I'll be inconsistent. I don't have an issue saying that I'm inconsistent. I'm going to read David's Psalms. I'm not going to listen to this guy's music.
Yeah, I'm not saying about you.
I might listen to R. Kelly one day. I don't know.
I'm not saying about you personally, about this particular guy. I'm just saying as a whole.
Us in general, yeah.
We can't say that if you enjoy this music, you enjoy this guy, like you're a horrible person. And we can't say that the song itself wasn't a good song or whatever, based on the fact that the guy that brought the song to us is an evil person, is all I'm saying.
Oh, yeah, I agree with that. Maybe I must have misunderstood you. Yeah, I agree with that.
Like, you know what I'm saying? Like,
I'm saying we're a reaction channel. So I am supposed to react to this music.
Right.
And I'm telling you,
right,
I can't separate what I read from what I heard. So if I never read that write-up, I don't know what my score for this song would be. I do know that because I heard the write-up, and I do know what I know about this guy, and the 2-year-old thing to me is never going to sit the same thing to me. Because see, the thing is, I was 2 once. I was also 13, and I was also 15. And I do understand that people can take advantage of 14-year-old girls, power dynamics and stuff like that. It doesn't... I do think that, for instance, when I was 16... I dated someone that was 33. I think that was insane. That should never have fucking happened. But I don't think that I was a victim in the situation. I wanted to be in that situation. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not saying these girls aren't victims. It's not what I'm saying at all. But what I am saying is the 2-year-old thing hits me even more because if a 15-year-old is like, you know what, I want to travel, I want to go with this guy, blah, blah, blah. I don't think it's good. I don't think that it's safe, and I would never allow something like that. And I do think that that's wrong in pedophilia. But I feel worse about the 2-year-old being tortured and that being on his computer because the 2-year-old has no, that's what I'm saying. Like when I was 15, when I was 13, if there was a power dynamic that got me into a situation, I think that there is scary situations, and I think that there are some situations where, maybe the girl wanted to travel with R. Kelly, like that first 15-year-old. I don't agree with it. Don't get me wrong. I don't agree with it. But I'm telling you that I feel a lot more sick about the 2-year-old in that situation with this guy's music. Like I said, I might listen to something from R. Kelly when he's been prosecuted.
The only thing
that.
for me with what you're saying is that with the 13-year-old, there seems to be more of a potential for self-blame than with the 2-year-old. If you're a 2-year-old and you're in therapy, it's going to be like, you are too. What could you do? But even like the way you said it, and I'm not coming after you in any way, shape, or form, but you did say, like, I was with a 30-year-old and I wanted that. I wasn't a victim. It's like, okay, but
not completely, because I do think I did talk about, like, there was a power dynamic, and there was obviously something lacking in me as a person, which would be why I would be interested in being with that 30-year-old, and he took advantage of that situation.
That's exactly my point. So you amplify that by a million when you have a 13-year-old going on tour with a rock star. Half of the therapy would have to even explain to the girl that she's been victimized in the first place. So that's why, to me, like, I think they're different, they're more extreme, but I'm not sure, because you've been there, like, in counseling sessions with girls who that happened at a very young age, and they don't think that they were abused because their body reacted to somebody touching a pleasure point in their body, and so they thought, you've been there. I know. And I had to convince the girl it wasn't her fault and that her body is her body. That's gonna happen, and an adult knew that and manipulated. And so half of the thing was getting that person free mentally was just to explain to her that she was a survivor, not try to get away from victim language, but that somebody had done something wrong to her, and even if she, quote, willingly participated in it when she was 8 or 9, that wasn't her fault. It was all on the perpetrator, the overage person that did that to her. Yeah. So that's why, to me, I get what you're saying, but to me, it's all the same to me, man, honestly. And if you're older and you've been abused, there's a whole different set of issues that you have to deal with versus you being 2 years old. It's the whole category itself is fucking horrible. and has lifelong ramifications. I appreciate Revo for letting us in on the ugliness of the situation. But I mean, look, we're talking about songs in 1973 that were big. This was a big song in 1973. I definitely see why the person that did it deserves to die. We all agree. But that's kind of where I'm at. That's kind of where I'm at with it.
Yeah. Okay, I can't separate this song from its meaning. I can't even pretend to tell you what I think I would have scored it, because I literally cannot. I just experienced this song completely with that knowledge. Mm-hmm. And so this is a negative quadrillion. I'm putting that number because it has to be way worse than whatever I gave Bach. I can't. I can't with this song. I can't with this guy. I'll never listen to another one of his things unless the channel puts it on there.
Yeah. No.
Because again, anytime I find out about another horrible thing that I didn't know existed, like it doesn't surprise me, but I didn't know that there was torture porn for 2-year-olds. That to me is so, like, I feel borderline traumatized from hearing that information, to be honest with you. Like, I just, the level of evil that people are willing to go to, especially to the smallest of a 2-year-old. They can't even really communicate, barely. Like,
no,
usually when you say the things that you say, like, because you're very angry with people in this that do these kinds of things, like, I'm kind of quiet because on the flip side of it, like, I want people to have forgiveness. And if somebody really wants to change, like, I want them to be able to have the space for that. Like, I don't want them to feel like you're a complete lost cause. But at the same time, like, this...
People always ask me, like, do you have an issue in your religion? And this is one of the issues I have with religion. That God hasn't said, okay, Jesus died for everybody's sins except for this one. These ones, you just hunt those people down and cut their throats. Like, I wish that was in my religion. And I have a hard time that that's not in my religion. I have a very hard time with that. But, it is what it is. Shout out to Revo. But look, if you were a young man or young woman in the 70s and you heard this song, it was a party song, it was a club song, I completely understand it, and I'm sure that all those people in the 70s who were jamming out to that song, like, are horrified once they found out that this motherfucker was talking to fucking little kids when he was talking about that shit.
So what are you giving it?
If God told you to kill pedos, would you? Honest question. Absolutely. Absolutely, I would. Absolutely. As a matter of fact,
I'd try to stop him, but I mean...
As a matter of fact, God would have to tell me not to do that. Which he has. And that's the reason I... Yeah, my religion is against it, so there it is. One for you. Jesus is the only being in the universe that could convince me not to do that. And you know what I'm talking about. Because you know I would. Yeah. Just Jesus. That's it. That's it. I love him more than I hate those people. I guess that's all it is. Yeah. I just love him more than I hate them. Silent count for me.
We'll be right back.
We'll be back, guys. More 1973 on the way. Keep your head up. We're here to make each other happy and support one another. Vin out.
Sorry, Al.
Gone. I'm Vin.
I'm sorry.
If you would like to get your song reviewed, dear listener, there's the Filthy Capitalist option. As Sorry says, 125 gets you straight to the head of the line. You don't have to be a part of the alliance. You don't have to be part of the group.
Wait a minute.
And the biggest thing is you don't have to wait. You hop, skip, and jump right in front of everybody. 125 gets you there. You do that 3 times, and you get mashed down to the $75 rate for perpetuity.
Yes!
Also, there is a band review option. So if you've got a band and you're trying to get your band some exposure, hit me up at itstory@gmail.com, and I'll show you the details about how to pull that off.
You can also jump on Patreon, and there is a option on the tiers to be able to get your band reviewed. Obviously, we can't lie to you, so we can't guarantee a positive review. Get what you get.
It's just rubbish.
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 That's British for garbage.
My favorite is the community option. $1 at the gate gets you in at Patreon. You get to join an alliance. The alliance joins their points together, and that helps determine what songs that we do.
The alliances hang out on Discord.
Message me on Patreon to get the link.
And they do all kinds of other cool things. They do Minecraft, Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah. It's really a community within the community. Anybody can go in the village. Facebook.com/Sorry. There's 160,000+ people on the channel. What's cool about the Discord is that it offers a real opportunity for community connection, friendship, that type of thing.
And it's on Discord, so if you're not a Facebook person, it's for you.
You start off at $1.
Right.
Plus you get exclusives. Sorry and I are working on a song. So the first 15 seconds of that was on Patreon. Also, at $15 tier and above, when we actually debut the video, they're going to be there live with us. There you are, dear listener.
Buy merch.
What, nobody heard that?
So wait, I still want to know. You're proud what?
She was talking about my shirt.
I asked him why he wears this shirt, because he has different shirts that he wears for different occasions. So I wondered what.
I'm just very, very proud of this shirt. Like it's like I've got a wife. I'm married to a person that's like legit like this badass. Like it's a badass shirt. Like if we were walking in Walmart and I saw somebody with this shirt, I'd be like, yo, that's a badass shirt. Then the thing on the back, I'm very, very proud. Very proud that I have a wife who not everybody can say that. Not everybody can say that.
You're cute.
She's a supermodel. All right, what do you got?
All right, let's go on to song. The next song on our list is by the band Slade. The name of the song is "Come On, Feel the Noise." Revo, DJ REVO, says, "You've reacted to this band's songs, Look What You Done, and Mama, We're All Crazy Now. This is another one of their foot-stomping anthems. It was written by lead vocalist Noddy Holder and bassist Jim Leah, and produced by Chase Chandler. It was released by Polydor Records and was #1 in the UK for 12 weeks. We will inevitably have more songs from this band, but for most of this year, their career is put on hold. Later this year, the drummer got in a car accident."
The year's 1973, dear listener.
Right, yeah, sorry. Yeah. The drummer got in a car accident which killed his fiancée. Oh my God. He said his life was only saved because of 2 nurses showing up before the ambulance had arrived. They worried they might have suffered brain damage and wouldn't be able to play again. They didn't lose him, and the band continued making music, even having a hit in the 1980s. Man. The drummer got in a car accident which killed his family. Oh man, that's terrible.
Yeah.
That's just tragic. All right. Ugh. Okay. Slade, Come On, Feel the Noise. Let's go.
All right, let's check it out, dear listener. Slade, REVO, 1973, Part 1. Let's do this shit.
Baby, baby, baby!
It's like Willy Wonka, right? Is that how it's spelled?
It is. I thought it was a mistake, but I'm looking at the lyrics here.
You know, coom is a Latin word. Maybe he meant to say Latin.
Yeah, that's what it was.
Sounds really familiar, bro.
Yeah, it does to me too.
Okay, so okay, so I thought this was an 80s song. I thought this was one of those like 80s stadium rock songs, but I think Negative Vibes pretty much explained it. I think if I look at Negative Vibes, I think he said, let me check. He said
a lot of funny things.
Didn't Slade become Quiet Riot? Wait a second. I thought Quiet Riot covered this song, and that's why it got so big. But Negative Vibes is saying, didn't Slade become Quiet Riot? Oh, wait, no, it was Slade used to be the In-Betweens. Quiet Riot covered them. Okay. So I think Quiet Riot, who I'm pretty sure was one of these big 80s, big stadium bands.
Okay.
I think they covered this song, which would explain. Because to me, I'm like, yo, 1973, I thought this was an 80s band. So basically 10 years later, Quiet Riot is like, hey, that'd be a good stadium song.
Right here, Quiet Riot, Feel the Noise.
Yeah.
1983.
1980.
Did you say 10 years?
I said 10 years later.
It's unbelievable.
That was a guess. That makes sense. Okay.
Wow. Okay.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. So we figured it out. And Brother Myron is telling me it was a big song, and it's confirmed. Quiet Riot did cover it in 1983. Okay. All right. So that's where that came from. All right. It seems to me like the big songs in the 70s were about partying and having fun. It's what, because the last two songs, I mean, forget the person, the people who did it, but the thing was,
that's what they were trying to, yeah.
We're at a club, we're trying to have fun.
Yeah.
And I don't know if that's a consequence of like, in Revo, you know, you can weigh in here. I don't know if that's a consequence of like, there's so much serious shit happening. You know, Vietnam, abortion, protests, sexual revolution. I mean, sexual revolution already happened. You know, birth control. Like, there were just so many things, and everybody, and obviously,
yeah, maybe
like,
that's what we're always doing. Maybe we're like, because we'll go through phases where it seems like there's so much political stuff in the music, and then it kind of goes back to like party. Like, maybe we're always trying to do that. Maybe the pendulum's always swinging. Maybe it's like everybody's getting too lackadaisical. We got to get serious in the music and start talking about it.
Right.
Then when everybody gets too serious, they're like, we got to lighten up and like bring the music to the soldiers and stuff on the field to give them a little.
Yeah, that's what
so
I'm
maybe
exactly.
Maybe you're right. That's what's going on.
Exactly. Yeah, that's what it looks like to me. So, yeah, because the last couple songs have been club songs. What did he say this ended up? This must have been like a number one.
Oh, on the chart?
This must have been a number one hit,
well,
right?
it was number one in the UK for 12 weeks, but he didn't say anything about America, so. Or at least I don't see anything about America.
Okay. Yeah, man, that was pretty crazy. Like to listen to that song in 1973 and know that it got covered later in 1983, and pretty much Quiet Riot pretty much took that song over.
Really?
There's sometimes I don't know. There's sometimes when like somebody, like, I forgot who it was. Was it who was the Man in Black, the country singer guy? The Ring of Fire. You know that guy that does the Ring of Fire song? You know what I'm talking about? The
No.
white dude.
I think
He covered that Trent Reznor song.
Johnny Cash.
Johnny Cash.
It was not coming to me.
Yeah, so Johnny
It's getting
Cash.
worse by the minute.
Johnny Cash did a cover of Trent Reznor's song "Hurt."
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And basically Reznor said,
yeah, I remember that.
It's Johnny Cash's.
Yeah, exactly. He took it over. Yeah.
It's Johnny Cash's song.
Yeah, for
now.
sure.
It's
and so
now
you're saying
Johnny
with this
Cash's
one, that's
song.
what happened, but the other crew took it over.
Yeah,
In your opinion?
I feel like Quiet Riot definitely like took that song and they own it now.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I don't think. Have I heard it?
What?
Quiet Riot version.
I'm sure if you've, you must have heard this, the Quiet Riot version somewhere.
Is that what Revo was saying got played at, like stadiums and stuff? Or was that another thing?
What?
Oh, yeah, that was on another one. I
Yeah,
guess.
this song is played in I mean, it was huge. I mean, it was like their number
okay.
one.
It is played in stadiums. This one?
Yeah, as I say, Quiet Riot covered the song.
And then the Quiet Riot version plays everywhere, is what you're saying.
Yeah, because
so everybody agrees Quiet Riot was better.
It was a big stadium rock. I don't know if everybody agrees. I'm just saying, like, to me, like, I had no idea who these people were. And I didn't even know it was a cover. I thought it was their song. Now, granted, again, it was kind of, both songs were before our time, but
yeah.
I just thought that, oh, that belongs to that group.
Mm-hmm.
But you know, Sadie can account for it. She's a Gen Xer. She agrees. Like, so she was around for both of them.
Mm-hmm.
It's definitely a Quiet Riot. Like they took it over.
Well, that's one that got popularized too. You're saying that's one that was playing everywhere. This one wasn't.
Yeah,
I kind of wish that like artists would give props whenever they created a song. Like whatever influence was there, let us know. Because if you write a book and you quote somebody else, then you have to put the little asterisks and and cite them, you know, and I wish that music always did that. I wish they always shouted out the bands that influenced them and the people that were their influence.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I know that everybody would have to say the Beatles, but...
What? Go ahead.
That was a joke, but you didn't catch it. It was for Dwayne
okay.
anyway. Yeah. Okay. So you want to dive into the lyrics?
Yeah. Well, the lyrics I think are pretty self-explanatory.
Thank you, Amy.
What?
Well, I was just kind of like left hanging there because you didn't like catch it. Okay. It doesn't matter. All right. Let's go to the lyrics.
Okay. Go for it. I'm pulling the lyrics up now.
Yeah. So am I.
Come on, feel the noise. I mean, good night. How could you not?
So they did the
song?
same lyrics, both of them.
Yeah. Girls, rock your boys. We'll get wild, wild, wild. This one's interesting because the girls are being told to get the boys on the dance floor, basically. So you think I got
it? Oh, it's the dance floor? Because it said get wild, wild, wild at your door.
Oh, I just assumed it was just talking about the dance floor. I didn't, you know what I'm saying?
Well, he starts it with saying, so you think I got an evil mind? Well, I'll tell you, honey, and I don't know why. So you think my singing's out of time? Well, it makes me money. His voice, I did think that his voice had a very unique sort of sound to it that you could either love or hate.
Yeah.
So I thought that was funny when he said, you think my singing's out of time. Like, she's probably like, you have that voice. You got to do something else with it. Yeah.
Rock your boys. We get wild, wild. So you say I got a funny face. I got no worries, and I don't know why. I don't know why. Oh, I got to sing. It's some disgrace. I'm in no hurry. Yeah, he's basically saying, like, I know I don't have a good singing... I know I don't have a singing voice, very good singing voice, and I know I'm not a very good-looking guy. I mean, he was in there in the Willy Wonka hat. I mean, dude looked like... You know what I'm saying? Like,
and
I was happy that a lot of people caught the Willy Wonka thing, because I'm like, yo, I can't be the only one that's seeing Willy Wonka in this shit right now.
And Willy Wonka, for sure.
Yeah.
And you've never even seen Willy Wonka. You've just seen, like, what, advertisements for it? It still reminded you?
Yeah, well, no, I saw clips of it. Remember when you were talking to me about the
of
thing, and I was like, where is this thing? I went to look at the YouTube, and you explained to me
I wish you'd watch it with me.
Ah, come on, man, I can't.
It's a classic.
That's okay. You watched that George Clooney thing by yourself. That was fun. Yeah, George Clooney and what's her face?
I mean, it wasn't as fun as if I would have been watching. You know what I should have done? I should have jumped on. There's a I don't know, it's Rave or something, and you can watch it with other people. And I could have just message the girls in the village, be like, hey, meet me on there. Who wants to watch Tickets to Paradise?
Oh my gosh, here we go.
Okay.
Tickets to Paradise.
Yeah, who would have wanted to do that? If you were interested, say something in the comment section.
I'm sure there's a lot of people that would take you up on that. Yeah,
I don't know. I don't know. You're a big
Uh-huh.
draw. Okay, so come on, feel the noise. Girls, grab your boys. We get wild, wild, wild. So come on, feel the noise. Grab your boys. Get wild, wild, wild at your door. Wait, you know what's weird? I pictured the dance floor as well, but then when they said at the door, then I was like, wait, is he trying to... Remember how, the guy would walk the girl to the door? And it was kind of like one of those things, like, should I kiss him?
Awkward,
should I not?
yeah.
Is he going to kiss me? Is he going to... So, I wasn't sure if he was like, listen, just get wild at the door. You know what I mean? Like, when he drops you off, get a little wild before you drop... I don't think that's a wise idea. Dad could be on the other side of that door. Anyway.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so that was...
Yeah, I think this song, it's not a very deep song, but like I said, I don't think it has to be deep all the time. I think people probably needed a break from all the depth. If you listen to a lot of 60s, early 70s music, it's definitely a they're very deep songs, very, very deep songs, and it's obviously a reflection, they're talking about Vietnam and all this stuff, but it seems like in 73 people were just over it, and I just think I don't know if it's a pendulum swinging as much as it is, say deal like this, you need the balance. So if you're dealing with heavy, weighty situations, you need to balance that out with some lightness. If you're dealing with so much bitterness, you need to have some sugar. You know what I'm saying? There's a sort of...
A spoonful of sugar helps the medicine go down.
So I was telling AT, I'm I'm a penultimate dualist to a degree. Penultimate dualist. We can talk about that another time, but I think anytime you're in a situation like that in a given society, it's And if you think about it, in the 50s, it was like milkshakes and, milkshakes and do the twist and all this shit. And then in the 60s, there was not music like that. There wasn't music about milkshakes and all that shit. The music was about like, yo, you're about to send me to war, and I don't want to go to your war. You know, that's your war. You know what I'm saying? Like, so like if you look at the 50s, it was like milkshakes in the shake shop, and then the 60s, it was Vietnam, and the 70s, it's like, yo, let's just chill. Let's just relax, man. It ain't got to be like that. So, and then in the 80s, it was all flashy. It's like, what are we going to do with this excess money? Let's waste all the World War II money we have. And then in the 90s, it was, Kurt, like, I don't want to be flashy. I'm going to wear a flannel suit and all that. So, a lot of it is just like balancing out a lot of, the exhaustion that people have. And I think music is going to accelerate based on social media. And the other thing with social media is you kind of like now can choose what you get inundated with.
Absolutely.
Like,
you almost can't, because if you choose too much of the same stuff, that's all you're going to get. And the algorithm is going to curate it for you.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
Yeah, it's very interesting. But for what it was, I mean, you got to give this song at least a 9.5. You can't give it anything under a 9.5 considering the cultural impact.
Well, I can do whatever I want. I gave Bach a negative whatever.
That's true. You
don't
have...
try me.
Don't dare me, dare your diary.
Okay, so... But to be honest with you, I would agree. I think that this one was a good 9.5. Somebody was saying that they actually created this song with crowd participation in mind.
Well, I mean, come on, feel me.
Yeah, and then everybody's yelling, come on back. Yeah, I think that'd be cool.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, I agree. Like, I would, obviously makes me curious to hear the version that you already showed me that I don't remember. I apologize. But I liked this song. And if that one was better, I'd definitely want to hear that one again. So when the stream is done, I'm going to play it.
So what?
I already gave it a 9.5.
Okay.
I agreed with you.
All right, good. So it's a 9.5, dear listener. 9.5. We shall return. We have more music for you. The day has just begun.
The night is still young.
That algorithm is locked in and locked in under lock and key for how a person gets a 10.5. That specific algorithm has not been released to the public yet, my friend. Okay. All right, guys. Commercial break. We'll be right back. I'm Ben.
I'm sorry.
If you would like to get your song reviewed, dear listener, there's the Filthy Capitalist option. As Sorry says, 125 gets you straight to the head of the line. You don't have to be a part of the alliance. You don't have to be part of the group.
Wait a minute.
And the biggest thing is you don't have to wait. You hop, skip, and jump right in front of everybody. 125 gets you there. You do that 3 times, and you get mashed down to the $75 rate for perpetuity.
Yes!
Also, there is a band review option. So if you've got a band and you're trying to get your band some exposure, hit me up at itsorry@gmail.com, and I'll show you the details about how to pull that off.
You can also jump on Patreon, and there is a option on the tiers to be able to get your band reviewed. Yep. Obviously, we can't lie to you, so we can't guarantee a positive review. Get what you get.
It's just rubbish.
Rubbish. That's British for garbage.
My favorite is the community option. $1 at the gate gets you in at Patreon. You get to join an alliance. The alliance joins their points together, and that helps determine what songs that we do.
The alliances hang out on Discord.
Message me on Patreon to get the link.
And they do all kinds of other cool things. They do Minecraft. Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah. It's really a community within the community. Anybody can go in the village, facebook.com/Ben. There's 160,000+ people on the channel. What's cool about the Discord is that it offers a real opportunity for community connection, friendship, that type of thing.
And it's on Discord, so if you're not a Facebook person, it's for you.
You start off at $1.
Right.
Plus you get exclusives. Sorry and I are working on a song. So the first 15 seconds of that was on Patreon. Also, at $15 here and above, when we actually debut the video, they're going to be there live with us. There you are, dear listener.
Buy our merch.
Buy our merch indeed. A child shall lead them.
To buy our merch.
Yes, dear listener. Yes, dear listener. Yes, dear listener.
Right. T-Rex 20th Century Boy is up next tonight. We have DJ REVO up, and he has a little write-up for us to learn a little bit about it before we dive in. He said, here's another one from the one who started the glam madness. Mark Bolan said the song was written for celebrity quotes, one of which is Muhammad Ali. It reached number 3 on the UK charts when it was released in 1973 and reached number 1 in 1991 after being in a commercial. Wow. Just goes to tell you, you got to get it out there. You got to get yourself out there. The bass player Steve Curry found him crying about how he could hear the victims of World War II screams. Jeez. He cheated on his wife with one of his background singers. His infidelity, from my knowledge, was almost always women older than him, which is a sigh of relief in the modern revelations of Me Too. He and David Bowie had actually broke all contact with BBC DJ John Peel, whom is another one of the BBC pedophile and abuser of girls, even bragged about his abuse, in his word, in magazines in the 70s and 80s. They were all friends in the 60s, but John Peel and his manager claimed when David Bowie and T-Rex exploded in popularity with glam that they thought they were too good for him and big-headed. DJ Peel claimed he tried to approach David Bowie one time and Bowie's bodyguard blocked his path. Wait. Yeah, but DJ Peel, he's acting like it's because the guy got a big head, but he broadcasted how he was a pedophile and an abuser, and he doesn't think that's the reason why David Bowie bodyguarded him?
You know, those people are delusional.
Come on.
They're very, very delusional people.
They were, okay, so DJ Peel claimed he tried to approach David Bowie one time and Bowie's bodyguard blocked his path. It's all speculation as to why this happened. Obviously, with groupie Lori Matrix is recounting Bowie taking her virginity at 15, shows Bowie wasn't above having sex with teenagers, which is why I put an emphasis on abuse. Or it was entirely unrelated to any of these. Personality, ego clashes, or DJ Peel gave a bad review that he didn't like. Regardless, it is refreshing. Mark Bolan broke off that friendship, even if it was probably unrelated to that DJ abuse of and sexual exploitation of girls. Mark Bolan divorced his wife and lived in a nuclear family with the background singer and their kid together. Wow. What's a nuclear family?
Nuclear family. Mom, dad.
Separated?
Puppies. No. We're a nuclear family.
And lived in a nuclear family with that background singer and their kid together.
Yeah.
His star power started waning and he started gaining weight, ultimately dying in a car crash in 1977. Oh my gosh, the way that was written, it just crashed so fast. It was like here, and then it was like, also he gained weight and died in a car crash. Wow. Unbelievable. Okay, well, T-Rex, 20th Century Boy, let's check it out. Wow.
All right, guys, here we go. That was a very interesting intro.
Yeah, I know. It was great.
All right, guys, here we go. Big Homie Revo, 1973, Part 1. Let's do it. The name of the song is?
20th Century Boy.
Just wanted to make sure I was on the right one. All right, here we go. Love that guitar. That guitar sound. Already, I love that. That riff. Very familiar with that riff.
I move like a cat.
trying to get there! Fast. Crazy. The scales have to match. There's a lot of shit that goes into it. Not just playing fast. Back into it. Gotta get back into the studio. Huh? No, not relax. Going the other direction. Keeping that tension. What do you know about it? What do you know about it?
It feels like that's what you need.
There you have it,
that was a fun
dear listener. Yeah, he was shredding the out of that guitar for sure.
1973.
1973.
20th Century Boy.
That was interesting because we did a thing called Something Century Schizoid Man or something.
Yeah.
I wonder if that was like a take from him. Apparently the Beatles looked at this guy as like, this band is like the successor to them.
I thought it sounded...
John Lennon said, in today's pop music, there are only two things that interest me, rock and roll and avant-garde poetry. Only one group today is of interest to me, Mark Boland and T-Rex.
So they were the contemporaries? Like, they were at the same time?
Well, I mean,
Or were
obviously
these
the
people
Beatles
before?
are older than them, but they came up after the Beatles, I'm assuming.
Yeah, I thought I heard
T-Rex
Beatles
and Mark
influence.
Boland are my favorite artists. They're the only British group I like because they really prove all to be original.
Wow.
So, there you go. I mean, you can't really get much higher than that as far as getting props.
Yeah, wow.
Especially, I mean, if you're going to get it from the Beatles, you'd want to get it from those two. Like, no disrespect to Ringo and the other guy.
21st century.
The other guy is George Harrison, I think the guy's name is. No disrespect to them, but I mean, if you get props from John Lennon and, I mean, those were the two, in my opinion...
Yeah.
major guys in the band.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was King Kim's 21st Century Schizoid Man. Yeah, so maybe this was a hat tip to this band. See what I'm saying?
Could be.
Wrong lyrics. I got Feel the Noise up here. Let me bring up 21st Century Schizoid
So
Man.
he starts out the song with saying, "Friends say it's fine, friends say it's good. Everyone says it's just like Robin Hood. I move like a cat, charge like a ram, sting like a bee, babe, I want to be your man." So it sounds like he wants to get somebody's girl. And his friends are saying it's all good. It's like Robin Hood, like you're stealing from the rich to give to the poor.
Yeah, yeah. Don't worry about it.
Take
don't
the girl.
Take that girl. Take that broad. Take her.
So then he moves in like a cat, all slick and whatever, but he charges like a ram. I'll let you explain that one.
What? Nah. Well, did Delaney leave? Okay, Delaney's
gone. But then he says, "Well, it's plain to see you weren't meant for me. Yeah, I'm your boy, your 20th century toy." So it sounds like he didn't. Like he robbed from the rich to give to the poor, which I guess he's considering himself the poor.
Yeah, well, yeah, I mean, he would. This looks like one of those situations, I don't know, like he's, like the middle-aged woman fantasies that happen.
Yeah, apparently.
Where it's like, the guy's like delivering milk or some shit, or like picking up the mail, or he's the pool guy cleaning out the pool thing, and then
That's
it's like,
what they
hey,
say, the pool guy.
Yeah, the pool guy. Okay, so the pool guy. So you're sitting here like letting me talk about this shit like you don't know what's going on, when in reality you had the whole thing lined up.
I had it flipped. I had it flipped because I thought we were talking about the Robin Hood situation, and then you went in. So go ahead, keep going.
No, it just looks like that to me. Like it's a Robin Hood situation because like she's rich. They're like both rich. So his friends are like, go for it, bro. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, shorty, I mean, she's, hey.
But in what sense? Because Robin Hood steals from the rich to give to the poor.
Yeah.
This is like the craziest Robin Hood because he's stealing from someone else to give to himself.
Yeah, but he's poor. He's working for them.
Well, Robin Hood was poor as well.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So that works. Especially the dudes, especially like if she was like a good-looking 40-year-old woman. I mean, I never really understood that whole thing when I was in high school, but like... It's like, do it for all of us, man. It's for all of us. Oh like we used to say that, like, yo, that girl, that'll be all. That's
oh
for.
My
you
God.
You gotta do that for the team, my nigga. You gotta.
Don't take after what Vin's saying.
I'm just young boys. What do you mean? You don't have to tell them. They're already in that type of situation. Believe me.
All right, go ahead. Anyway.
Yeah, it's like it's one of those things where you're so close. Like it's like, yeah, that's for all of us. So it's take from the rich, give to the poor.
Oh my God. Okay.
You know what happens from there? What? He fixes the cable. Exactly. Negative vibes. There you go. Negative vibes.
Yeah.
To the pure, all things are pure.
Yeah.
Friends say it's fine. Friends say it's good. It's plain to see you were meant for me. I'm your boy, your 20th century toy. Exactly. He's calling himself a toy. Again, like this is, I feel like this is that dynamic. It's an older woman, younger guy. He's working for her.
But that's not what it is. He's an artist.
Yeah?
He's a musician. So from that standpoint, what is he talking about?
Honey, you think that all the songs they write are songs that they're writing as artists and musicians, or could it be about their life experiences? Like when you write songs, like when I write songs, is it about me being a guitarist?
No.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, but it's from your life experience. So, but
what if he experiences?
But like a lot of people would look at him as the rich one because he's a musician.
Now, but he's looking back, man, when he was a kid and he was knocking out this person at the pool. Obviously, that's what it is. Like, you know what I'm saying? And the other thing too is like, what if it's like what if it's a label exec's wife? That could be another scenario. If it's a label exec's wife, like,
that makes sense.
You're an
right
artist.
There, that makes sense. Okay.
And then of course your boys would be like, well, these guys are screwing us anyway because the record labels always screw the artist. Exactly. So they'd be like, hey.
But then at the end of the song, he was like, my friends say it's okay. I don't think it is though.
Well, yeah.
You heard him saying that?
Yeah, he feels, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it's not.
Right.
You know, especially the poor guy. He's out there with his wife, all that shit. Float like a butterfly, sting like a bee. His hands can't hit what his eyes can't see.
Okay, all right.
That was
How about
Muhammad
this?
Ali.
How about this? Maybe he's talking from this perspective of that his friends are saying, look, it's just like Robin Hood. You should get the girl, whatever. But it's his friends, so his friends are gonna say like he doesn't deserve her. Like you're stealing from the rich to give to the poor, even though everybody knows like you're still taking somebody else's wife. You still shouldn't be doing that.
At the end of the day, it's unjustifiable.
Right, and maybe that's what he's saying at the
boys,
end. Like,
yeah.
They're gonna go with it. It's not really like.
Yeah, look, you wouldn't have to say shit like that if there was no moral barrier to it. You wouldn't have to say shit like, "Oh, it's okay."
Right.
Like for example, like when dudes get married and they're like, "Yeah, I'm gonna marry shorty," whatever. Nobody goes, "Oh, that's okay." like, because all of us universally know, oh, that's a good thing. Like, they wouldn't try to justify marrying some girl. So, like, you have to do that shit to justify something that you know is morally. They already know it's wrong.
Yeah.
They already know it's wrong. It doesn't matter what the
Right.
person says. Like, it doesn't matter how evil a guy is. He's a record label guy. Like, you shouldn't do that. Like,
Right.
period. So he knows it, but you know, he's gonna go along with it anyway because you know he can feel bad about it afterwards. I had a dude in my crew, like, that's what he do. Like, yeah, I'll feel bad about it later.
I'll feel bad about it.
That's what he used to do. Shout out to the homie. I'm not going to say who it was. But we'd be out there.
I thought it was interesting how he did
He was in this chat a couple days ago. Go ahead.
Shout out to the homie. I move like a cat, charge like a ram, sting like a bee. So, like, he's talking, like, we all understand what the cat metaphor is. And then when he says charge like a ram, we understand what that one is. Then he says sting like a bee. And I was kind of like, well, he's going through, like, we've got animals, now we got a bee, but at the same time, is it almost like a warning, like you're sting like a bee, and then he says, babe, I want to be your man, but it goes for before and after, like, this interaction is going to be...
Yeah, the sting like a bee thing is, Muhammad Ali said that. Float like a butterfly, sting like a bee.
Yep.
His hands can't block what his eyes can't see or something like that. So I think the sting like a bee thing just came from Muhammad Ali.
You don't think that was a warning to her that her interaction was going to
I'm sure.
in advance?
I'm sure. Yeah, I'm sure.
Sting like a bee, babe. I want to be your man. So if you let me be your man, I'm going to sting like a bee. Like, that's what's going to happen.
Well, yeah, I'm sure she, at some level, that's probably there. I just thought it just made me immediately think about Muhammad Ali. But the dynamics are very, very interesting because, you know, we've been talking. There's been a sort of cloud over some of the reviews, but the dynamics are fascinating because when you think about how men and women engage their sexuality, you know, when you talk about like the guy that's working in the pool and then he ends up with you know, having this sexual episode with this rich lady, there's no sense of like, yo, this is a woman taking advantage of a person, you know, the power dynamic. Like, for example, Monica Lewinsky and Bill Clinton, like, to me, my major problem with that, especially looking back now, is that there was a major power imbalance there.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, of course.
But when you look at the whole stereotypical she's jumping on the pool guy, there's also a power imbalance there. But societally, we interpret that differently than if a man were to do it with a woman. And that's because, obviously, men are looked upon more as sexual aggressors or whatever. And so it's sort of like... the dude really, you know what I'm saying? It's just not looked at the same. No, it's not looked at the same way.
At all, yeah.
So I think that's, and I'm fine with it not being looked. I'm not saying it's wrong.
If it was my son, though,
knowing,
I'd see. I look at it. I would not like that.
It depends on which son. It depends on which son, for me. There's one of them where I'd be like, you sick fucking.
Yeah, you know what?
And
that's
there's another
so
one. There's another one where I'd be like, you shouldn't have done that to that dude's wife, man.
That's so interesting. Wow.
I'm sorry.
That's so crazy. Yeah, you're right. You're right. I guess, yeah. That's so weird. That's so interesting. Wow. Okay.
We just have to recognize that there's a difference between men and women and how men and women engage their sexuality. It's just a fact.
Yeah.
Like when I see there's another one a couple days ago, when I see these, 25-year-old teachers sleeping with these 16-year-old boys, I'm like, I mean, I knew people that did that when I was in high school, and trust me, they were not traumatized. I also knew girls who were doing that with the adult teachers in high school, and they were traumatized. They were.
Yeah. I still think that it's really, like, I on behalf of the boys that are engaging in that, like, that kind of makes sense to me, but the teacher perspective, like I think for you have a bigger deal. Like, I think that's, no, I guess I'd still have a bigger deal in that sense too, but I still think it's really horrible for a female teacher to even engage. Like, I don't understand you want to engage with a 15-year-old.
I'm sure, like as a principal, I'm sure, but I'm sorry, I was. It's especially like it's weird to me because some of these teachers, they're not bad looking girls. Mm-hmm. I'm like, what the fuck is going on? Mm-hmm. But like, I'm sorry, like I look at those situations, I'm like, that kid is spiking that football like you wouldn't believe. Like, yeah, Nick. That's probably how the teacher got found out, because they're stupid enough to send pictures
Yeah.
and photos and shit.
Yeah.
Are you kidding me? Them dudes are on the train like, yo, look at this shit. I got missed. Blah 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 blah
Yeah.
blah blah. Please, you get a Hall of Fame award in boydom, in hood, in brodom. If you can land a teacher like that at 16 years old in brodom, you're gonna get a Hall of Fame award. Period. The other way, you know, I'm good with locking you up for the rest of your life. And, you know, it's not the same, and I don't care because it's not the same. Men and women develop sexually differently.
Yeah.
It's just
Yeah,
it's
I'd
just
agree with
it's just it's just different. It's just different.
Yeah.
My English teacher went to prison for sleeping with students. Was he a dude or was it a girl? Yeah, like that to me looks like what the dynamic is in this song. Look, go ahead. What's going on with
that
you?
happens, I always like start feeling uncomfortable about why the teacher got the job in the first place.
Huh?
I always feel like when a teacher ends up sleeping with their students, I get uncomfortable about like, why did they get that job in the first place? Like, was that some side fantasy that they had and then they became a teacher and then they happened to land in this situation with students? Because like, it doesn't matter which school you put me in. I don't want to be with a student. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's never going to happen. But I don't want to be a teacher either. Like, what are these people
Yeah,
like?
I think like, because I mean, all the stories I've read, it's always high school.
Yeah.
I mean, and in high school, it's like, I don't know, man.
She's the early 20s.
When I was,
high
I mean, you
I'd
get a
still-
25-year-old teacher with a 16-year-old dude. I'm sorry, man. Especially like in New York City, like, but a 16-year-old in New York City psychologically is probably 24 years old up here, honestly.
Mm-hmm.
Like my sister, for example, at 16, like, I love her. She's, you know, I mean,
the mentalities are different. Like
you know how I
Zoe.
am with my sister. Like, you know, like people, you know, like.
Yeah.
But honestly, my sister at 16 was probably 25 years old, like psychologically, honestly. Like, and the other thing is the way she was already tatted up, all that shit when she was 16. She's New York City, so. I would threaten the hell out of that teacher. I'd say all types of shit to him, but like, I know, like me and her, she'd be like, yeah, just. You know, I'd be like, yo, it's not a good play, blah, 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 blah. But I wouldn't even, it's just different. Like, the mentality is just completely different. But yeah, I'm just like, this, I think, is valid. It's the same sort of logic some people apply to male gynos. I agree. Like, if you're a gynecologist and you're a gynecologist, just and you're a dude. Like,
it really honestly doesn't make
it. That's a giant question mark for me, bro.
And you know what? It stays being a question mark because the amount of stuff that they have to do that's so gross. Like,
that's the other
why would
thing.
You put yourself in that
like,
situation?
Why would you want to
Why would you want to see that compromise?
Yeah, that's
like
a myth that you just want to keep, you know, mythical.
But that to me is like, so you're even grosser because you're okay with that and you still want to like that. Anytime.
Skip next topic. Next topic.
Anytime I see their
next
face.
Next topic. All right.
Yeah. So anyway. So he wants the girl.
So
the
yeah.
girl.
Well, he made it happen, and then he felt bad afterwards.
But then
he's
he
like,
was like, this is a bad plan.
He's doing the solo. While he's doing the solo, he's like, yeah, I shouldn't have done that shit. Felt bad about it afterwards. Oh my God! 9.
Yeah, you know what? I bet guys do feel like that because you know, like when we watch the street fights with whatever their backyard, whatever.
Yeah, scrapyard
when you
beef.
when you see the guys
Gang
fighting
shit.
and when you see the girls fighting, like the things are just different. So like how when the girls fought, they didn't want to even talk to each other after. Remember that one where she just walked off on her, where the other guys will be like hug each other and stuff like that. Like, I do think that there probably is some of that. Like if a guy gets a girl to cheat on their guy or whatever, like they get him in that situation, like maybe at the end of it you're like, yeah, with the bro code, if they're not interested in being
but
with
if
the girl,
if they're not in your crew, oh fuck, there's no bro code if they're not in your crew. No,
don't care at all.
No.
Don't care.
Is that your bitch? Jay-Z had a song called "Is That Your Bitch?" Oh, if you're not in the crew, man, fuck, I don't care. She's open season.
Oh, okay.
She's open season.
So then he just feels like at the end when he was like, yeah, I shouldn't have done that. You think
See, everybody knows about
morally?
Scrapyard. Everybody knows about Scrapyard. Yo, I love that show. We watch that shit every night. I love it. I love it.
He's got me watching. I had to justify it in my head. Because I'm like, this is literally only people punching each other.
No,
but then I
it's
was like,
not.
well, you know,
No, they got a
strategy.
They got a trans girl in there, and they like love her, except the trans girl.
They don't.
They matched
it's
up
not
the trans.
Bloody. I'm like, okay.
Yeah.
Now I'm in on it.
Yeah.
Now I'm like,
and
all
it's
right.
always fun because they're amateurs. So if somebody always makes a big mistake, and somebody does some giant like.
Then we'll be yelling at the TV. I said do a Kimura, and you said to me, you looked at me, and you were like, and the thing is, I told him 2 seconds ago to do a Kimura. I was like, what is this? It's so. It gets very serious.
Had a little alcohol at that. No, yeah. But there's a lot of times though when they have that fucking 90-degree angle, and you could just tell, like, if you just do that rap, you'd have the Kimura. Game over.
Yep. Vin lets me know what they should be doing. I'm like, oh man, that's true.
Well, I tell you, kick to the mid section and 2 up top, and what do you see the next second?
Boom. Then he does it.
Kick to the next section, 2 up top.
I'm like, wait, how come he's so good at this? He'll be sitting there like this.
It's so fun. It's so fun.
It's cute to watch you watch it.
Amy
too.
agrees. Gyno is a huge turn. Yeah, I don't understand being a woman and wanting to.
I'm like, what?
No. Yeah.
Don't even.
I don't see any girl being cool with that.
For so many friggin' reasons.
So many really bad situations.
It's like so many reasons. Okay.
This song's a solid 9 for me.
No, 9.3 for me.
Is that solo at the end?
His vocal style.
Agreed. Love the vocal style. All right, guys, we got one more song by the name of a band by the name of Alice Cooper. I don't know if you've heard of him or not, but we are checking you guys out on the other side of the break. Vin out.
Sorry out.
Gone. I'm Vin.
I'm sorry.
If you would like to get your song reviewed, dear listener, there's the Filthy Capitalist option. As Sorry says, 125 gets you straight to the head of the line. You don't have to be a part of the alliance. You don't have to be part of the group.
Wait a minute.
And the biggest thing is you don't have to wait. You hop, skip, and jump right in front of everybody. 125 gets you there. You do that 3 times, and you get mashed down to the $75 rate for perpetuity.
Yes!
Also, there is a band review option. So if you've got a band and you're trying to get your band some exposure, hit me up at itsorry@gmail.com, and I'll show you the details about how to pull that off.
You can also jump on Patreon, and there is a option on the tiers to be able to get your band reviewed. Yep. Obviously, we can't lie to you, so we can't guarantee a positive review. Get what you get.
It's just rubbish.
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 That's British for garbage.
My favorite is a community option. $1 at the gate gets you in a Patreon. You get to join an alliance. The alliance joins their points together, and that helps determine what songs that we do.
The alliances hang out on Discord.
Message me on Patreon to get the link.
And they do all kinds of other cool things. They do Minecraft, Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah. It's really a community within the community. Anybody can go in the village, facebook.com/Vin and Sorry. There's 160,000+ people on the channel. What's cool about the Discord is that it offers a real opportunity for community connection, friendship, that type of thing.
And it's on Discord, so if you're not a Facebook person, it's for you.
You start off at $1.
Right.
Plus you get exclusives. Sorry and I are working on a song. So the first 15 seconds of that was on Patreon. Also, at $15 here and above, when we actually debut the video, they're going to be there live with us. There you are, dear listener.
Buy our merch.
Buy our merch indeed. A child shall lead them to buy our merch. Yes, dear listener. Yes, dear listener. Yes, dear listener. Now, my partner in crime is missing. My partner in crime is missing. So we're going to have to do a little bit of Ask Me Anything until my partner in crime returns. We have a, what do you call it? We have a Alice Cooper song to review. And I'm actually happy that she's gone because it's going to elongate our time together. And even though we've had very, very difficult subject matter to deal with, I do love the fact that we were able to do it with you. Okay, Vin, please don't forget Kai's email.
All right, up next.
I'll have to look at that.
On the list is Alice Cooper, No More Mr. Nice Guy. These year streams have tended to be... Oh, this is from DJ REVO.
This is from DJ REVO.
These year streams have tended to be an emphasis on glam rock bands, as that was the major trend for hard rock in 1971 to 74. But on our next 1973 streams, we'll see American hard rock kick into gear. So stay tuned. In the meantime,
very much looking forward to
here's
that.
our
All right, go ahead.
last song for this stream. This song was released in March 1973 by Warner Brothers Records. It was the second single from the album $1 Billion Babies. You reacted to the first single, which was Elected. It was written about the reactions of his mother's church groups to his stage performances. It reached number 25 in the U.S. and number 10 in the U.K.
Okay, so this is his mom's church group, and they're reacting to Alice Cooper's stage shtick.
Performances.
Okay, so you know Alice Cooper, right? He's kind of like Marilyn Manson before Marilyn Manson. Like,
yeah, okay.
Face paint, all that shit.
Yes.
Okay, all right.
Oh
all
my
right.
gosh.
Here we go. No more Mr. Nice Guy. Shout out to Alice Cooper's mom's church group for inspiring this song. I'm sure we'll have a lot to say about it, inshallah. All right, here we go. Alice Cooper, No More Mr. Nice Guy. Let's do it.
Liebe Freunde, Alice Cooper-Fans sind aktiv geworden, aber wir auch. Hier ist ein Film mit ihm, No More Mr. Nice Guy.
Alice Cooper. So that's how you say.
See that guy introducing it?
Yeah,
it's so
the
funny
German
because
dude.
like that's so far like we don't. That's not how we present information anymore. So anytime we see that, it's a movie reenacting a guy like that. But that was like the real deal.
That's how. Yeah, that's what they did.
This is not a reenactment.
No more Mr. Nice Guy.
This song was sad.
Really?
Yeah.
Let me look at the lyrics.
Because
again.
he said, I used to be such a sweet, sweet thing till they got a hold of me. I opened doors for little old ladies. I helped the blind to see. I got no friends because they read the papers. They can't be seen with me, and I'm getting real shot down. I'm feeling mean. No more Mr. Nice Guy. No more Mr. Clean. They say he's sick. He's obscene. So basically he was saying like, look, he was trying to do the right thing before, but then like because of his music, her church people turned on him and they were saying he's obscene, and it was creating an environment where nobody could be seen with him. Like, remember how, I don't know if you remember, I was talking to this lady who was like probably like 10 years ago, she was 100. So do the math.
So she's 110.
Well, she's not alive anymore, but I'm just saying, do the math of how old this lady is, when she was born, when she was in the time period.
So you met a person that was 100 years old? Wow. I don't think I've ever done that yet.
She drank coffee, and she only slept 4 hours a night.
Okay, so I'm in good shape.
I was really surprised. I was like, wait, you drink coffee every day?
I drink a lot of coffee, and I sleep 4 hours a night.
And she was alone all the time.
There you go. That usually happens when you stay up that late. You get a lot of alone time.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know. Now that we have the internet, I don't know.
Right.
Because you're never alone.
Right. That's
like
true.
if I wanted to, I could just fire up. Somebody will be up. Perkinos is usually up when I do like mega. I was doing like a mega late stream thing for a while. When I was alone, I'd be like, let me just do a mega late stream because I wanted to be around people. And sure enough, people showed up. Now I stopped doing it. But go ahead.
Okay, anyway, so yeah, so he was saying, I can't remember where we were going with that because your sleep thing.
So you talked to this woman, she's 100 years old, blah blah blah. It was about Mr. Nice Guy, people corrupting people. Okay.
Doesn't matter.
So
it's gone now.
So I'm not sure that.
Oh yeah, I remember what it was. So when she was 9, her parents got divorced, and she had to. People would cross the street so they wouldn't walk by her little 9-year-old self because her parents had gotten divorced, and that was such a stigma. She said that was pretty hard as a 9-year-old to walk to school because it was, you didn't have the bus at that point. You were walking to school.
I bet.
And people would literally cross the street. Parents would cross the street with their kids. Like, it was pretty lonely.
You need religion for that kind of cruelty.
Right. Yeah, unfortunately. Yeah.
Like, you need religion
or
for that
kind type of cruelty.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's the difference between kind and type?
Maybe there's no difference. I thought that you were saying that it's like for that level. You didn't say level, you said kind. Because I think that there are levels of cruelty.
Yeah, human beings are cruel in general, but you need religion to that kind of cruelty.
Yeah.
To like punish someone for something they had literally no control over.
Yeah.
Shit is incredible to me.
Yeah.
Okay.
Anyway.
But here's the thing to me, like, I am not sure that this is actually his autobiography as much as him sort of mocking what his parents said. In other words, he said, I opened the door for little ladies. I helped the blind to see. He didn't help the blind to see. Like, that's obviously an exaggeration.
Sure.
But like, I remember when I started getting into metal and I started getting, dark as far as like my aesthetic. My mom would say, "You were such a good boy until you found that corn," and she blamed all.
The what?
You were such a good boy until you found corn. You used to listen to the gospel, blah 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 blah. Now you're all dark and all this other shit. And of course, I was saying, "Ma, I was always dark like this. It was just now I'm just expressing it. It has nothing to do with the music. The music didn't make me dark. I was always a dark person." You used to say, "Why you so hard, Vincent?" You used to say it. So to me, I'm like, I'm not sure if this is his autobiography or if he's not just saying back what his mom is saying, that he used to be this sweet kid until they...
Oh, you're right.
Until they got a hold of you.
That makes sense why he was using those words too.
Who's
like,
they?
Oh, I healed the blind. Because you know how a mother looks at their son like they're up on here, but it's not necessarily seeing them in how they really are. Like, you want to be like, oh, they're perfect. Blah, blah.
Yeah, exactly. And then you want to blame all the things that are negative onto this music because she's got her church group that she still needs to impress.
Yeah.
And if they're from, we know how it operates with church groups. If your kid is out there doing some shit, and especially if they're famous for it, forget it. That church group is gonna pray for you. That means they're gonna gossip about you. That means they're going to shit talk you behind your back. That's what that means. So what happens is those parents then, they'll do this as a defense mechanism. They'll say, my kid was fucking the Pope. And then he ran into that guitar, and now look what they've done to him. So that you could say you were doing your job. It just so happens that they ran into the, they ran into the metalheads.
Oh, right, because yeah, you could be right on that too.
Yeah.
Interesting.
I got no friends because they read the papers. They can't be seen with me, and I'm getting real shot down, and I'm feeling mean.
That's so. See what I mean? Like,
yeah.
They forced him to be alone, and they wouldn't let other people talk to him, or otherwise everybody was going to start talking. And that I think that's when you care about what other people think, then you're liable to make a lot of mistakes, especially with your kids, because your kids are going to embarrass you. They're going to do shit that you don't agree with. They're going to say things that is completely diametrically opposed to how you believe and what you think is important. Like,
have our kids embarrassed us all?
Oh my, yes. One of them was just mocking that, they were just mocking the what do you call it? The better, like the help for people, like we were telling people get therapy, they were mocking people getting therapy.
That embarrassed you?
Well, it not embarrassed me, but it would have in the past, absolutely. Like publicly going out there saying something that's completely opposite to us, or when one of them put the flag out front, like stuff like that. Like we wouldn't have, or if they, a meltdown in public, or all those things would have embarrassed me. Now, like when we go out, like before I know that our 3-year-old and our 2-year-old, they could do anything at any moment. Like the trip might go really good, or they could throw something. You know what I mean? All that stuff would have embarrassed me. Nah, not anymore. Now I'm just like, everything is just but there was a point, and you've been a huge like catalyst in me changing on that and not feeling like, but kids are going to do stuff. It's, if you don't care about what other people think. So literally the concept of being embarrassed by something that they do, you can't even like, you're like, you look confused. But yeah, if your kid does something that's, like the last time we went to my parents' house, the kids were doing something that I was like, they threw something, or they did some terrible action that I was like, I would have been so embarrassed about this years ago, but now I'm like, yeah, we're gonna put you in a timeout. And gotcha. It doesn't have so much, so much meaning is poured into it. Gotcha. But so, if you care what society says, you care what your church says, you care what everybody says, then you're not looking at, like, she didn't realize the effect that she was having on him. She didn't realize that her actions, if she would have told those other, because she went along with it, other people were harsher, I believe. If the mother would have said, no, I'm glad he's doing that, he's doing this, and this, people wouldn't have been so comfortable to ostracize him completely. And maybe if he had his family behind him, maybe people wouldn't have been able to ostracize him like that.
But like, she doesn't have to affirm everything he's doing. Like,
but her actions are making it so he can get friends.
I wouldn't blame her for that. I mean, if she has if she has a moral problem with what he's doing, she still has to be true to herself. She can't sell out who she is because her kid is doing it. I'm not going to sell out who I am and what I believe in because if my kid decided he was going to start some, crazy, campaign to like unhouse gay people or something like that, I would say, well, that's my kid, so I'm going to go along with that.
Yeah.
Like, and you know what? It's very possible one of our kids could do some shit like that.
Who knows?
Considering,
Who knows? Yeah.
One of them last summer was stumping for the GOP the entire summer.
Right.
Like, so I'm going to stay true to myself and be like, yo, like, he knows how I felt about that. But at the same time, like, I'm going to let him be who he is. That's who he is. I can't, and he's of age. Like, I can't impose my politics on him, even though in my view my politics are directly related to my theology. And so to me, there's a real issue with the local, especially the folks that he was going for. So like, I don't think that like his mother is obligated to like everything, and I don't think it's her fault that he got ostracized by the community. That I would put I would put that on the pastor. Like, obviously the pastor knew what was going on. This is a famous person, blah blah blah. So obviously he knew. Like, it's his job to like swoop in there and say, hey.
Yeah, but at the time, I don't think that there was any other voices saying, you know what I mean? Like, I really don't even think that people saw it as an option. Like, I think it was like, this is the devil's stuff. You can't even mess with this at all. Like, I don't even think that people thought there was any wiggle room with that. Well, I'm talking from the circles that I came from. The circles that I came from, a person in that situation, no, it wouldn't have been good for them. People would have been, thinking that he was going to hell, that he was bringing people to hell, that, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
There would have been a lot of pressure on the parents.
Later, Davey. Yeah, I mean, my dog bit me on the leg today. My cat clawed my eyes. Ma's been thrown out of the social circle. Dad has to hide. I went to church incognito. When everybody rose, the Reverend Smith, he recognized me and punched me in the nose. Obviously, that probably didn't happen.
Oh, I didn't even see that part.
That probably didn't happen. But again, it's like he's looking at... It's hard.
Yeah,
I can tell you, like, it's very difficult to be a person that is celebrated outside and, like, not celebrated when you get home. Like, that's a really difficult dynamic to operate in, because it's your family. So, there were a couple of years where I was like celebrated outside locally. Everybody thought, whatever. And then I had another group of people who, I mean, in my opinion, were one percenters, like the best in the world at what they were doing. And those guys looked at me like I was like blown away because I was the youngest one there. I shouldn't have made it, blah, blah, blah. And they had a lot of respect for me or whatever. Then you would come home and it's like, it wasn't like that at all. That's a really tough dynamic to operate in. And not a lot of people understand what that's even like, because not a lot of people have ever really been in that situation.
To get those two extremes,
where like you can't go to Walmart without somebody going, hey! But then you go home and you get treated like absolute garbage. It's like, it's hard to like figure out. It's hard to be like,
especially because of the way that you are about family.
Right.
Like, I think that would make it even more difficult to be able to like process that, because, for you, like, your family, your blood, like those are the people that are in the circle, like, blah, you know what I mean? So,
yeah. So like, when he sees his mom and his dad facing all these social consequences, and look, he said he went to church incognito. It's like, and now Alice Cooper is like an out and out explicit Christian. Like, he's a
That's
hardcore,
right, yeah.
like, he preaches to people, all types of... R.C. Sproul was talking about the time that he met Alice Cooper and...
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah, they were talking about the gospel and Calvinism, all types of shit.
Remember we got those metal Bibles that Matthew Winter had sent to us?
Yeah.
He was in there, he had a little write-up in those Bibles.
Alice Cooper, Head was in there, Alice Cooper was in there. Like, that right there, it's like he obviously still had a draw towards God. But, he had to go out there and do his thing. Like, and from my vantage point, I don't really think Alice Cooper was saying anything, like, really crazy in his music. Like, definitely wasn't saying, like, Antichrist shit in the music. But because he came out with a certain kind of aesthetic and he was playing a role, they just couldn't... they couldn't understand it. That's my big thing with religious people. Is like, I don't want to change Alice Cooper's mother. She was probably born in the 20s and 30s. She has her understanding of what propriety is, and I'm not going to blame her for rejecting that, because like I said, she gets to be true to herself too, just like he gets to be true to himself. Look, I was socialized in the 20s and 30s. Okay, I accept that. She gets to be true to herself. My issue is the community as a whole, collectively, that's not ostracizing people for being different and all that is not biblical. So all the gossiping and all the tearing down of this family, like, at minimum, if you really, biblically, here's what's supposed to happen. If you truly believe that this woman's child has now sold his soul to Satan and is now following the devil, what should happen is the entire community should be around her, upholding her in prayer, being a community, saying, hey, we're here for you. And then if the kid shows up, you fucking love the hell out of that kid and say, we don't necessarily, just like I say with everybody, we don't agree with this. This is not God's best for you, but I got a bunch of shit in my closet just out in the fucking driveway that's fucked up. And that's one of the reasons why I'm like, I express a lot of my imperfections, like purposefully, like, I know what Jesus says about violence, but I struggle with violent ideation. I know this, I know, like, I go out of my way to say, this is, I am a Christian. I love Jesus, but here's the mess. And the community accepts you, and they say, well, fuck you, Vin, for doing this or whatever, and feeling this way, and they have a different. But there's like an unconditional sort of thing that our community has. She obviously did not experience that in the church setting, and I don't blame her for his experience. I blame the pastor for that experience, because they obviously did not do a good job of saying, okay, if this kid is in soul to the devil, then his parents need our love and support. They don't need our judgment, Yeah.
I think that when it says down here, when everyone rose, the Reverend Smith, he recognized me and punched me in the nose.
Right.
I don't think he literally hit him, but I'm sure he, I think that, I'm talking about the circles that I've been in. There was this sort of pressure, like somebody shows up that's not living the way that they're supposed to be living, and then you feel this obligation to say something, because if you don't, and the person carries on their merry way, and then they end up in hell, the blood is on your hands. Like, that was the mentality that a lot of us had. So if somebody in that situation were to show up, because we really believed, we were told that you couldn't hit certain notes on the guitar, like certain notes were satanic, combinations of notes, because I was like, yeah, but what about that music is bad? Because I understood, like, there was a lot of, like, there was like this feeling of fear, like when you would see like a Metallica shirt, or it was like, whoa, like that band, you know what I mean? And so I know that mentality was there for a lot of people, obviously not everybody, but if that, I don't know, I just think the Reverend obviously didn't have that. You remember that song? I know that your community put it out, and in there was somebody was, he brought up about how he had brought that girl onto the stage. It was actually like trying to be more loving toward trans people or something.
Yeah.
It was the song.
What
was the name of that one?
I forgot the name of the guy.
It was the guy that said
J. Cole. It wasn't J. Cole. It was the other guy.
The girl came up. The white girl came up on the stage, and she was like singing the song too, and then she said the N-word because it was in the song. Yeah. But he ended up saying something about that later too. I didn't know if that would help jog your memory as to who.
No, I know who it was, but I forgot the name of the rapper. It's my brother's favorite rapper, right? Kendrick Lamar. It's a Kendrick Lamar song.
Yeah. And what was the name of the song?
He was talking about, I forgot the name of the song.
The person
he was
showed
talking
up at
about
church,
his trans. He was talking about his trans uncle.
Yeah, and how they
trans aunt who became uncle. But go ahead.
Right. But how they were like at church, and like the person got blasted in church for it.
Yep.
And like how horrible that was. And so what I'm saying is, look, I'm looking at both sides of the coin here. I know what it was like to
Auntie Diaries is the name of the song from Kendrick Lamar.
One.
Yeah.
I know what it's like to be the church person and to see somebody come in that is doing things that you think so. Like one of the things, like, they would say, like, you're not even supposed to eat with such a person if they I always thought it had something to do with contradicting the gospel, but then everybody makes everything that like a gospel issue, and then they make it look like you shouldn't be talking to that person. Like, it creates this whole weird environment. It's not healthy. It's not biblical either. And it's based off a lot of fear. So I think like with this music, like that was kind of like the thing, like people were afraid of it. It was like this, people, electric guitars, like people were used to the acoustic, and you know what I mean? Like a lot of things were changing, and they were changing. So people were scared, and they were saying these things were okay, these things weren't okay. And then, this guy just got swept away. But I think you're right about the pastor. Obviously, the pastor should have been... Obviously, the pastor had the mentality that when the kid came in, you had to say something, because he's standing up. All the congregation is like, oh, here comes this person. And so everybody's like, what's going to happen? What's going to get said to this person? Are they going to just let this go? Or, this is a big sin issue. We should say something. So everybody's waiting for the pastor or the leader to say something to address the elephant in the room. And then the pastor addresses the elephant in the room, but losing the fact that this person is a human being, and that, like, if you really believe that his music was that bad and it was all that wrong, like, why not bring the boy, go eat at Applebee's and have a conversation with him and build some relationship with him, and explain to him kind of, and maybe ask some questions like, what is this music, like, what's going on, like, is it really wrong? Obviously it was not wrong, like, to our knowledge.
I have found, like, we've done Bible boogies, and we've had Satanists in there, atheists in there, trans people in there, gay people in there, all the people that supposedly hate God and everything were Satan. And these were not like 2-minute Bible studies. These were 2.5-hour exegetical. Yeah. This is the original Greek word. This is
like a college class.
This is the original Hebrew word. It got translated into Greek. This is how it was used. Like, it was extremely, like, it was. I wouldn't say college level. I was teaching it, but at the same time,
I went to college. I know what I'm talking about. The college I went to, it was
in depth, and they were extremely engaged. And I'm the one that stopped it. They didn't. So, like, you know, be obvious. You know, somebody told me, Christian dude, you know, it's so funny because like one group of people is calling me a transphobe, another group of people will message me saying you're compromising, blah 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 blah, and I'm like, listen, man, all these people that you guys are saying have no interest in God or whatever, like, you're wrong about them. They're like, how do you know? And I'm not even gonna bring out like these people did a whole Bible because I don't feel like I need to justify my friends to this like person.
Desecrating our
like
our
I'm not gonna justify my friends to you. Like, and secondly, you're not gonna accept that anyway. It's not like your entire attitude toward that community is gonna change, right. because they did a 2-hour Bible study. You're not even gonna believe it. You're just gonna say,
Well, and the other thing is that other crew of people, they end up doing stuff like opening a homeless shelter and telling people you can only get help from us if you sit in a Bible study. So they're not even going to understand the concept of people sitting in to have this conversation and listen to this by their own volition, not because you forced them.
Yeah. I mean, I kept quiet about that, but yeah. No, it's true. That's the mindset. So, like, and look, those are our people. Like, I'm not going to say those are those people. Those are our people. They're evangelicals, and that's the group that we identify with. And like I always say, if you identify with a group, you can't just identify as them when they're doing something good or when they're the victim. Right. When they're the perpetrator, you got to identify with them too. 100%. Those are our people. That's what we do. That's a culture that we have. Like, but like, I'm going to be a little bit nuanced and say his mom and his dad gets to feel however they want to feel. In a church community, it's on the leaders to get the community and say, hey, this is where we're at. And you don't have to agree with, see, here's the other thing. People are not like that fragile. Like, you can tell, you can tell people like, yo, this is what the Bible says. You're out of alignment with what God said. The first Bible bully we had was people asking me about homosexuality and all this shit and what the term abomination means or whatever. And so like people will not turn into fucking ash the minute that you say something they don't like or they disagree with. They'll be like, okay, oh well, that makes a lot of sense. Like, they didn't agree with me, obviously, but they were like, okay, that makes sense. I understand that. But like, people are a lot more open to shit than we give them credit for. You know, like, I feel like a lot of it is really, it comes down to like a lack of faith when it comes down to it, because it's like, I think so. I mean, I think that's part of it, but here's where I'm coming from. You don't believe that if you actually apply the Sermon on the Mount to this situation, it's going to turn out well, because there's no way to justify treating this dude like this after reading the Sermon on the Mount. But you don't believe that just living out the love of Christ is going to be enough to get someone to see the light. And so because of that, you create all of these social constraints to for example, we want to discourage divorce. Absolutely, you want to discourage divorce. But you can't do it in a New Testament way. So you're going to create this cruel thing where it's like, if you're divorced, we're going to have our kids cross the street and all the rest of it, because now the society is getting the message like, you want this to happen to your kid? Exactly. That's what they're doing. So you can't just let it be, hey, marriage is a wonderful thing and you're going to struggle and all the rest of it. You're going to struggle, but it's okay. Like, you can work it out and blah, blah, blah. And we're going to hold men accountable for being abusive motherfuckers like they were back in the... No, we're not, and that's going to be enough to keep people together. Nope. It's a lack of faith. We got to construct all of these strong arm tactics and these bullying behaviors to stop you from doing that. And, you know, that... Yeah, that's true. Yeah. So it's the same thing. It's like you create a lack of faith and a lack of love for people. You create these toxic environments where, and you know, my mom, this is one of the things that really affected me as a parent. My mom and I had some crazy wars back in the day, crazy wars. And when I was at the peak of, and she knew I was in trouble. She knew I was in a lot of trouble. Like, she didn't know how deeply in trouble I was, but I was in a lot of trouble at the time. She was looking at it like, oh, the music and all that, and she would say I'd bring a dark energy when I'd come home, but that was like, I was a couple months away from it was bad. I haven't even talked to you. I've never even really talked to you about like that particular slice of time in New York City, but it was bad, and she knew it was bad, and so I was living with my brother. She made me come home, which really pissed me off. but that was the right thing to do because my brother was in the Soundview projects at the time, and it's just nothing but bloods there. Like it was just bad. Like getting to the bus stop was a chore. The thing that saved me was they had recognized me from before, but the Soundview projects was pretty crazy at the time. But it was a very impactful, it was a short period of time, but it was very impactful because my mom every day would ask me to go to church. I would say no.
Every day or once a week?
Well, she was going every day at one point. You know how extreme my mom was. She'd ask me to go to church. I'd say, no, I don't want nothing to do with that bullshit, blah, blah, blah. I didn't say bullshit. I wouldn't curse at my mom. But she's like, yeah, I wanted part. My room was always a mess. I'd come home. It was completely cleaned. She'd leave a note on the, I love you, blah, 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 blah.
You said she put your magazines?
She put my magazines. I had corn, all that shit.
Stuff that you knew he didn't.
Sex, all types. Yeah, the sex magazines. All these rock stars are talking about all their, like behind the scenes fucking groupie shit. I put that, like, just all the craziest shit that I knew was gonna, break my poor mother's heart. Like, I'd have it all. And she would, I'd come home, the room was clean. I never went to church. Never went to church with her. Never went to church with her group. But I remember those people like to this day. And when so my mom would always say, like, I know you're gonna come back. God's got a call on your life. Like, I know God has a call on your life. There's nothing you can tell me other than she's like, God has a call on your life. I mean, look how you came into the world, which, I came into the world under some pretty miraculous circumstances. So, like, she was right, but I wasn't gonna give any of that shit to her at all. I didn't give her shit. I had a complete poker face. And I remember hearing her on the phone crying, and she'd be like, it's not working, blah, blah, blah. And they were really good, man. They told her just stick it out. I never went to their church, man. Never went to a Bible study. Never went to anything.
I wonder what church that was.
What was crazy was I was out with my girlfriend at the time, and some girl, they hand you a tract or whatever. And I'm like, what's this? And me and her are like completely blacked out, black nail polish, all types of shit, spikes everywhere. I'm like, what's this? And she's like, blah, blah, blah. We're from this church. We're from the teen group in the church, blah, blah, blah. You can come, yada, 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 yada. And I was like, pfft. I was like, get the fuck out of here. So I took the thing, she left. It was the same church.
Well, they were active.
Yeah, they were mega active.
Wow,
it's funny too, because my girl wanted it. She wanted that thing, and she wanted to go.
Interesting, huh?
And I'm like, man, fuck those people. No, we're not going over there. What's wrong with you? That actually spurred a bunch of conversation. She ended up being a Christian off of that whole situation. Like, to this day, she's a Christian because of that whole situation. Like, so, like, my mom will never know, but, like, because I remember telling them, like, yeah, I was like, yo, that's the same people from my mom's church. She's like, word? She's like, what are the odds of that happening? And she thought that was like the craziest thing in the world. She's like, oh my God, this is like, because I used to tell her, like, oh, my mom wants me to go to this church thing or whatever. But that, like, really impacted her. She held on to it, and then she kept asking me these questions. Of course, I knew some theology, so I'd answer the questions or whatever. And then, like, she started becoming a Christian, and I started panicking because I'm like, oh, no. This is not gonna go well for the sex thing.
Oh no.
So I was like, oh man. But then, like, in the back of my head, it's like, you're gonna let her go to hell because like, I was like, well, nah, I was like, oh no, that's good. Like, keep pursuing your Christian, whatever. Anyway,
wow, that's really crazy.
Yeah,
when you know the whole story. Anyway,
yeah, it was a crazy situation.
That is crazy.
So my point is, like, that's what I'm like. That's why, like, it's the leadership. Like, my mom needed that leadership, and they gave her principles, and it was a faith thing. They said, yeah, that's what you're seeing, but you have to trust that God is working behind the scenes, and He was. But she didn't see any of it. She died not knowing how much that was. And that's why when my kids expressed lack of faith and all that, it didn't touch me. It didn't move me. I didn't care. I was like, yep, okay. Like, because I remember that little, it was only like a 2-month time span. It wasn't very long, but that impacted me so much. I don't know who that pastor was. I don't know any of that shit. I just know that, like, that leadership that she was given at that point, like, had a massive impact on me. And that's why, like,
that's so wild. You just don't know.
That's what I'm saying. I have so much confidence that anytime you say anything, that God never wasted. But we're just so, like, we only go by what we see. Like, most of us say we have faith and we really don't. A lot of the like horrible shit religious people do really boils down to a lack of trust. They really don't believe the shit they say they believe. If you truly believed that God loved your kid more than you love your kid, you wouldn't like overreact when your kid like leaves the faith. Because you would know that God knew what was going to happen, knew he was going to do that, and loves the kid more than you love the kid. So then your perspective is different. But when you react that way, it's clear, like, you got a lack of faith, man. Like, you really don't believe that God's gonna find a way to bring that person back. You're gonna tell God to like chill out. You've got it from here. Like, I've got it from here, Yahweh. I will take care of it. So that's kind of how I look at it.
Man, God does funny things though, because he kind of like there's like when our kids get different points at different, like, they're all different, they all have different points that they come to, but like one of them, like they hit a point where I'm like, oh, Lord, I don't know what to do with this kid. I don't know how to teach him this, because there's certain lessons that people have to, it's best if you learn these lessons when you're a kid before you go out into the real world, because it's like once you're out there, you know, if you make, like, for instance, so Johan got a job. He's been working for about 6 months, and he came to me and he was like, I realized I have no self-discipline when it comes to money. He's like, I'm really, really bad at he was real serious. I'm really bad at my finances, Mom. He's like, I'm just really glad I was able to learn that lesson here where there was minimal impact, and he said it's not really going to affect my future family. So he was just real serious about it, and I was real proud of him for having that realization. But at the same time, you know, like I have another one where I'm like, we're trying to get these lessons across, and they don't want to learn them yet. And then it's like you kind of remember being a teenager and having like your parents be like, please, for the love of God, they wanted you to learn something, and you weren't going to get it until it was time. But then that thing came to me where I was like, okay, at the end of the day, I don't love this kid more than God loves them, and I worry about the kid. God has knowledge about him, and so I have to,
that's good,
trust that God is doing something, and that even though it doesn't, you know, look like my ideas are working or you're right, whatever, like, at the end of the day, that child is God's, and I'm supposed to be here to help, and that's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to help them see these lessons, but at the end of the day, maybe they have to learn a lesson with them and God. Like, there was plenty of lessons that my parents wanted me to know, and I didn't learn them. I had to learn them on my own. I had to learn them. I remember, no joke, my youth pastor saying when I was friggin' 12 years old, he was like, sorry, you have a massive pride issue. And he's like, that pride issue, he didn't say it was going to fuck me up, but that's essentially what he was saying. And I really didn't believe it. I was like, so what's the big deal? I don't want to wear clothes from Goodwill. You know, whatever. But, like, I had no idea. Like, he saw something, and nobody, like, that was not popular for people to point out other people's flaws, especially to that degree. So it really didn't go anywhere. Like, it probably could have gotten some more traction. I don't know. Maybe I was too prideful to learn it from anybody. Probably. Anyway, long story short, like, that's something that has fucked me up, as we say, over the years. And, like, that's something that, like,
Goodwill?
No, the idea of being
prideful?
Yeah, pride, and, you know, how you engage relationships or things or people or whatever based off of it. It's humility is definitely something that's important to have, but that was a lesson my parents couldn't teach me, and neither could my youth pastor. You know, like, that's something that, like, God has been kind of going after. So
yeah, but a lot of Christian parents function like atheists, man. Mm-hmm. It's like you and your kids out in the wilderness, and you gotta, you know, do all this crazy shit. Mm-hmm. And, you know, I say function like atheists in the sense that there's no God. Not that atheists do that to their kids, because, hell, a lot of kids that have a less traumatic upbringing to some degree. But I'm talking about, like, as if there's no God. Like, as if it's just, this is a philosophy that you have to brainwash your kids into having. Like, nah, man. Like, to me, this shit is real. And so if my kid says, I don't believe in this shit anymore, we're gonna keep playing Fortnite. Like, I don't care. Like, if God wants you, he's gonna have you. So I'm not gonna freak out about it, you know, because I really truly believe this shit. You know, but it's like, but that's like a lot of assumptions like people have on the outside. It's like, oh, you were raised this way, so it's like, dude, I spent years like fighting against this shit. I got friends in this channel that spent years fighting against the, you know. But when God shows up to take you, man, that's it. Like, you can't do anything about it. I mean, you can resist it, you can run, you know, but it's inevitable. And the funny thing is like when really God like really gets a hold of somebody, they know it's inevitable. Mm-hmm. Like they know it, and you can tell they're just trying to like hold on to unbelief as much as they can till they finally say, "Oh, just fuck it, okay, fine."
Yep. Yeah, no, for real.
So many people have that. We've had that conversation.
You know, it's almost like running from the rising sun, though. Like, the sun will rise. Like, if he'll have you, he'll have you. If the sun is going to rise, it's going to rise.
Yeah, he's going to.
And then, like, all of a sudden you find yourself basking in its rays, and you're like, wait, this isn't what I thought it was going to be. And things are different. So, you know, ask him to have you.
Yeah, and he'll take you. All right, guys, we are out of here. Thank you very much, Mr. Revo. Kai, take this link, Kai, and hold on to it. Okay, copy and paste this link, and Sawyer will send you instructions in 5 minutes. Okay. Shout out to Tribal Python. Shout out to XBM. What do you give this song?
Shoot. This is a good one.
This was a good song.
This is a really good one. I think it's important. I really think it's important.
It's a deep song. It was deeper than I thought it would be, for sure.
9.9.
9.7. What was my favorite song tonight? Let me look at these things. There was one that I really was jamming
Here's
to.
the list over here.
Moody, I think it was that Killing Me Softly song. Killing Me Softly song was the song of the night for me.
Oh, the Roberta Flack one?
The Roberta Flack joint. Yeah.
All right, you guys.
That's it. We've got another show coming for you guys. We got another show tomorrow?
Yes, we do. I think that's the one. Yeah, yes. That one is the one being put on by the whole bunch of the crew of them. The Imperishable Flames.
The Imperishable Flames.
Yes, and I'm pretty sure that it's at 10 p.m. Yeah, 10 p.m.
Okay, we got a 10 p.m. stream. Imperishable Flames. Be there or be square, losers. Kai, wait for instructions. Copy that link. No doubt, Chris. We got another one coming 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time tomorrow. Shout out to the big homie Chris Johnson. Handsome bastard. Okay. Kai, Sawyer's going to send you an email in 2 minutes. Copy that link that I gave you. 15 minutes. I'm at a grocery store right now. Okay. Copy that link we gave you, and then we'll give you instructions in 15 minutes. All right. The rest of you, we love you. Have a great time. Stay safe out there. Vin out.
Sorry out.
Gone. Thank you, Revo.